Hi, darlings. It is the last stream of the year. It's 2024. It's time to do our usual end of year AMA. This year was an insanely busy one, and in a lot of ways, a really difficult year, but we're getting through to the end. We're nearly at winter break. I got 3 more weeks of work ahead of me, but this last stream here is where we get a chance to kind of bask in the joy that was 2024, particularly from the streaming perspective, where kind of in a funny way, some of the most that I actually get to chill and chat and play games is actually when I turn the stream on. Because a lot of the rest of the time I'm in meetings, at work, doing stuff for the game studio, or various other just boring adult stuff. Like I gotta take my car to a mechanic, that sort of thing. I have to get my tires fixed. So, uh oh. And see you later. Got him. One has been eliminated. It's perfect. Best way to start off the year. If you need that, go to our dear friend Artosis. So, yeah, if any of you have any curiosities you'd like to ask, please feel free to let me know. Please feel free to let me know. Starting with Unrise. Good afternoon, y'all. Did you get any good Thanksgiving presents, Sean? One of my favorite stories from Elden Ring. Dude, oh, Thanksgiving presents. Oh my God. Wow, who does Thanksgiving presents? Like, Christmas is right around the corner. Okay, look, I just want to begin by saying something. Getting everyone presents for Christmas is the most stressful holiday of the year by a considerable margin. Pretty much all my loved ones and all my close friends and family were just like, you don't get me nothing, I won't get you nothing. We're good. Thank God. Oh, it's just so much. You have to figure out everyone's stuff. Oh, it's just a nightmare, man. I hate that. I mean, the big thing is that I like the idea of tradition. I like the idea of, for instance, I really like Valentine's Day. I like the idea that there's a special day set aside where, hey, Britt, let's go out somewhere romantic. Like it's a set aside time. Because I think that I feel in a lot of ways that it's way too easy to be on demand. It's way too easy to just like, all right, I'll just put on a show and just grind through all the episodes till I'm done. Oh, I'm tired of watching the show. I'm going to pick up a game and play till my fingers hurt and then turn it off and do something else. Like it's really, I enjoy those kind of ritualistic experiences of, okay, every Thursday night we watch Survivor. Like that's what we're doing tonight. Oh, here comes Valentine's Day. It's time to go out on a nice little romantic date. I really like those. But Christmas is too much. It's too much. I mean, there's probably like 5 people that I'm like, yeah, I want to get 5 people presents, and I'm one of them. That's it. I mean, oh my God. I mean the yeah. So for those of you that don't know, there was I knew someone in college that did Thanksgiving presents. Doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make any sense to me at all. It's flush right up against Christmas, which is already like too much. Can you imagine getting everyone in your family Thanksgiving presents, then getting everyone in your family Christmas presents? Gross. Gross. Hate it. Hate to see it. Oh my God, Serial GG says I'm about to go on a 4 week vacation, my first real one in about 5 years. Oh, that sounds so good. I'm going to be the biggest couch potato, literally and metaphorically. Do you have any shows recommendations for what to watch? Okay, okay. If you haven't seen Survivor, I would recommend Survivor season 47. Survivor season 47. It is so good. I cannot wait to watch tonight. Tail Dill says Penguin. Yeah, no, we've been watching Penguin recently. I think we're 3 or 4 episodes in. I think it's excellent. I think it's very, very good. Um, but if we're talking about the day nine top shelf recommendations, it would be Avatar: The Last Airbender. Ooh, 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 ooh. That is the greatest show of all time. That show's really good. Another one that's an easy one season is Scavenger's Reign. Scavenger's Reign. I'll type that in here. Scavenger's Reign. That's the name of the show, not Rain, Reign. If you want one that's very dark but superb, I would recommend The Terror. The Terror is really, 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 really good. There's also a whole bunch of super children's shows like Steven Universe, Gravity Falls. Help me out. There's always like five of them that are named together. Up Mountain says the Terror novel is really good. Yeah, Dan Simmons, same author that did Hyperion. Adventure Time. Nah, not Bluey. Also, good to see you, Tortellini. Good to see you. Oh my God, A Robots. I'm sorry. Forget everything I just said. Severance is my number 2 recommendation. Number 1, Avatar: Last Airbender. Number 2, Severance. I cannot wait for Severance season 2. Oh, it's so good. It's insane how good that shit is. It's insane. Rugen guy said, "Did you see Dark Matter?" I haven't. I have not actually seen that. So that's what I would say, cereal. But more than anything, hope you have a wonderful and relaxing 4-week potato time. That sounds heavenly. So I'm going to first respond to Morneal. This is day 9. If any outlandish fashion accessory would fit you like a glove, which one would you wear regularly? If I could choose any fashion accessory, okay, here's the thing. The only fashion accessories I actually like are when it comes with a suit. Because, like, literally I'm wearing a t-shirt, done. Like, it's over. But I really like a nice tie bar with a little pocket hanky and a tie that matches and like a really nice material and a tailoring. So I think that what I would say, Morneal, is I would wear suits all the time. I don't quite make that much money, but soon, soon, easy. I'll just make so many suits just work when I wear them. Potato Elemental says, as a CEO, have you run into a lot of extremely detached rich people? I'm personally always just mad at capitalism and the ideologies it encourages. I actually don't know. I'm trying to think of anyone I know that's actually like really detached. I'm going to break this into 2 questions because there's the Sean as a CEO, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if that's like a joke thing at the start or whether there's a perception that if you are in a leadership position, you're just hanging out with wealthy people all day. I don't know. I mean, yeah, Alpha Juno, this is kind of how I feel. Anyone can be a CEO. It's just some forms. Yeah, no, literally, you just found it. And it's just like, okay, what's your role? I'm like, I'm the chief executive officer of myself. But then there's a different question of do I know any rich detached people? Not because they're rich. Okay, look. Now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, so I'm 38. Is that right? 38? Yeah, 38. Feels good. Woo! I'm 38. Oh, Potato Elemental. I see what you mean. Let me come back to that. Um, I think that I've seen a lot of my peers in their 20s and 30s kind of have like a midlife crisis where they're just like, what the hell am I doing? Like, what's the point of any of this? Some of my friends that are esports commentators, for the first 3 or 4 years they were doing it, it was like every single event weekend was like Christmas. Oh my God, that's so good. Oh, I got to watch the championships. It's amazing. And now they're like 4 or 5 years in. Their wages haven't really gone up. It's the same teams doing the same stuff. Maybe the meta of their game is stale, but they're pretty secure in their position. And it's like, what am I doing? What's the point? A lot of my friends that were in that they just stopped doing broadcasting and tournament hosting. They were just like, why? Why am I doing this? Um, and I think by the same token, I've known a lot of like competitors who like hit some pinnacle of something, and it's like, yeah, but then there's like a now what moment, and it's like, huh, I get to define my own purpose. That's kind of weird. Because I mean, for instance, to come back to the commentator and the competitor thing, I know of a lot of people that are just like, oh my gosh, I've always loved competition and I want to be the best. So they start doing stuff, and then they're maybe at the C level, and then they get promoted to the B level, and then finally they're at the A plus level. They're at the pinnacle of their career. They're the best. They're the number one in their field. And it's like, what do I do now? What do I do now? Because there's this thing that I think is, um, what was I going to say? This is why I need to look away from chat, because there's interesting questions in chat. My brain starts turning on them. Let me close my eyes. I was talking about. Oh yeah. There's a lot of fields that are described in terms of continuousness. Like, for instance, oh, I work in IT. If you get a job in IT, there are lots of companies that need IT. You can be an engineer. There's lots of companies that need engineering, right? Like, so it's kind of just described as this continuous task that you will receive money for doing, that you can then live your life the way that you want. But so much of the stuff that I've been involved in professionally are like competition, entertainment. I mean, yeah, it's pretty much everything, but in terms of streaming and game development and esports and stuff like that, these are more described as aspirational careers, that you're trying to achieve a thing that's up here. Like, from an esports perspective, it's like, I want to be the person that hosts the biggest events ever, or I want to be the player that's the number one and wins the big championship. Or for games, I have this amazing roguelike that I want to make and I want to realize it. And each of those things is not really like a 40-year task. It's like a single digit number of year task a lot of the time. And it absolutely takes a bunch of work, and it's really challenging, and a lot of people try and fail, and then they'll try again and fail, but then they'll try again and they'll succeed. And I know so many people that have that moment after the success where it's like, well, this is weird. Uh what do I do now? I'm seeing a lot of articles over the last few years about this, of like indie devs that had like a really successful first game, and then they feel pressure to like make another game, and they're kind of like, I mean, I'm good. I feel good. Do I have to make a game? I clearly am not making enough money to support myself for the rest of my life, so I'll need to make another game eventually. But like, what do I do? Hmm. So yeah, and so in that way, Potato Elemental, I don't really know anyone that is detached specifically because they're rich, but I've seen a lot of people that struggle. I personally really struggled with this feeling multiple times in my life, where I'm like, what am I doing? What's the, like? I feel so purposeless. I feel like I can transact, I can do a thing and get paid, but like, why? Why am I doing any of this? And I think that that's like a really difficult question to try to think through. I really do. I have a lot of empathy for people that are kind of at that moment where they're like, well, things are finally going okay. So, like, now what? I've also had friends that had really difficult struggles. Like I had a friend who professionally was just, the candle was being burnt at both ends. She was constantly required to like come in early and stay late, and was getting underpaid and was grinding to the bone and was just exhausted. And her boss was just a jerk, just an absolute turkey. So she quits and gets a new job, and it's great. Only has to work 40 hours a week. And for those 6 months with this great new job was like the hardest experience of her life, because it was like, huh, that horrible struggle where I was trying to survive was actually so compelling and so all consuming. What do I do now? Now, Should we get brunch? Is brunch what makes you happy? And of course, the answer is yes. Brunch is what makes you happy. That's actually the best thing you can do with your time is eat brunch. In fact, why am I doing an AMA? I'm hungry. But give me one moment. All right, cool. Eat pretzels as I brunch all day. Good, excellent, very good. But yeah, so but Potato Elemental, I know that you asked about communicating with investors for the game studio and stuff like that. If I've seen any of that, the funny thing, Potato Elemental, is that most investors are just normal people. They're just people. I think that it's very easy to view even the sort of the groups that people love to just crap on, like VCs and various private equity and all this stuff. Oh, you can absolutely find some just horrific behavior and all of that. Don't make no mistake, if you write an article where these people did the terrible thing, I believe it. But like a lot of times you'll hear, oh, this company invested whatever, I'm gonna say $10 in this company and then it sold for $1 billion. So they made out enormously well. You hear about the sort of amazing success cases. You also hear this kind of vague statement of like, but most companies go to zero and fail, right? You kind of hear this. And it's kind of hard from the outside to be like, well, what is that like? Who are these people? And what does that function like? You kind of have this almost Wolf of Wall Street image of investors who are just balling it up all the time, doing lines of coke before, gacking millions out into the gaming market. But I mean, pretty much every person I've met who's an investor, I'm trying to even think if there's any exceptions to this. They're just normal ass people. They're just one individual in this large group of individuals where the group is making the investments. They receive some money. They receive like a salary that's normal. How long does it take for, if you invest money, for it to eventually get sold and show that you were a good investor? I mean, it might take 10 to 15 years. I'm about to say something insane, Potato Elemental, but it's the AMA. So like, why would I not want to say insane things? That's what you're here for. Um, I think that there's a really emotionally and socially uncomfortable situation that a lot of investors find themselves in, where you're being begged for money all day and people are like pitching their dreams to you, and so the emotion on the pitching side can be high, and there's this sort of kind of communication that I've even joked about before, of this extreme neutrality couched in non-negative remarks. Hey, I'm an investor and you're trying to pitch to me. Let me ask you this question. You give an answer. Great. That's really helpful. That's really helpful. Notice I didn't say, that's a great response. I don't go, oh, that's weird. I go, that's helpful. That's helpful. That's really interesting. Oh, I see. Interesting. That's helpful. Right? This is kind of like endlessly neutral language because, I mean, you can actually wind up with a lot of problems. And I don't mean in a complicated way, as in like, you got to understand how it works. I mean, just like literally, have any of you ever thought that someone was interested in you romantically, and then you discover that like 2 weeks into hanging out, you think you're seeing them and they think you're just buddies hanging out, and you're like heartbroken because no one was communicating well, and people were saying, yeah, so you want to go to dinner, just you and me? Oh my God, sounds great. Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, no, I love spending time with you. Oh my God, she must think that we're going on a date. It's working. It's actually finally happening. I mean, I've very concretely seen this happening on the investing side. Where it's like, wow, this is a really impressive, demo for your tech. Oh, thank you, guys. The investor said the tech demo was super impressive. Stuff like this. So yeah, no, I mean, I just pretty much think that all of our, all every investor I've ever spoken to is just a normal ass person trying to be thoughtful while also trying to be very shrewd with their decision making. Oh my God, it's everyone's favorite T-Rex. What is up? Let me come to you second, Fiona. We're gonna do. I don't actually know how to pronounce this. Kai K. Pole. Hi, I hope you're doing great. Going through divorce after a 9-year relationship with 3 years married. My depression is a huge part to it, as well as having hard conversations. Any thoughts? Thank you for all the laughs through the years. I would be curious to know more of what you're curious to have my thoughts about, because, like, is this is it like you are currently having a struggle because the relationship ended and you maybe feel like you're at fault, or do you feel like this is just a friction thing and you're trying to reconcile with that? I'd be curious. I'd be curious to know. Ow. 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 I'm fine. I'm fine. I got it. Oh my God. I just want to say I regularly get stuff in my eye that feels like it takes an hour to get out. It feels like it actually doesn't get out. My eye just gets desensitized over time. But that time it was in there and I like did that and it was out. Yeah. Oh, it was so good. But yeah, no. Kaki Paul, I'd be curious to know. Let me see here. Fiona says, "Hey friend, I was wondering if you had any advice on how to deliver criticism. I've had friends ask for feedback on their writing when I deliver criticism. See it take the wind out of their sails, and my intent is just to help them improve." Oh my God. Oh my God. I have some thoughts on this. So depends on the creative work, because you're talking about writing. This could be creative. This could be professional. Okay, so here's a couple ways in which, couple techniques. So first, I'm going to break it into the giving of good feedback and approaches for good feedback. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about communication. I don't know if any of this is good. This is just stuff that I think. I bet there's a bunch of people who I've criticized who are watching right now that when I get done with it, they go, "So that's why you sounded like such an asshole. That's how your brain works." So, so first, when it comes to giving feedback, a good statement, a good guiding principle is state thing X happened and I had reaction Y, and then stop. That, like, literally, I cannot stress enough, don't give a fucking suggestion. I cannot stress this enough. Like, for instance, if it's a creative writing piece, when I read the first 3 pages, I felt like I didn't have a good sense of the setting. That's great. That's great. But if you go, "Hey, when I read those sentences, I didn't feel like I had a good sense of the setting. So, like, maybe you could just put a huge amount of, like, sentences here and here and here and here that, like, describes the world. Like, that would be really great. I think you should do that." Like, don't. Just first, I am describing a descriptive reaction. I read this, and this was my experience of it. Full stop. This is a great way to start. I think the second thing is asking for context and feedback as to what kind of feedback they even are looking to receive. So, for instance, let's say someone gives me first chapter of their book. It says, "Hey, Sean, what did you think?" I go, "Well, okay, so I've read it, and I'm sort of curious. I mean, I don't know if you're in the middle of a draft and you're sort of sharing with me and there's still more work you want on it. I don't know if you feel like you're done, and you want to just get a sanity check. I don't know if you're having a particular struggle with this chapter. Like, are you cool with the main character? You're looking for feedback on that. Are you locked with the main character? I'm just sort of curious where your head is at with this." And if someone says, "Oh no, anything's great," I generally go, "Well, help direct me a little bit then." So, like, and then I'll just pick one thing. "So are you just curious for, like, first reactions?" "Yeah, I'd love that." "Okay." And then start talking. And then stop and go, "Is this helpful? Like, is this actually benefiting?" And I call this the stop and go approach. Like, "Oh, is it just general reactions? Oh, I sort of felt this, and this was a little confusing. I thought this was really cool. I thought this was awesome. Is this actually helpful? Because I know I'm kind of sharing disorganizedly." "Oh, no, it's great. Go on." Or for instance, if I say, yeah, no, I have some thoughts on the main character, would that be helpful to hear about? No, 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 I'm not worried about the main character right now. Cool, got it. Or maybe they go, yes, I would like that. Oh, well, I sort of felt like the character I sort of viewed as this and this and this and this. I could also talk about some of their dialogue. Would that be helpful? Literally just like say a thing, stop. Is this helpful? Should I go on? Say another thing, stop. Is this helpful? Should I go on? And trying to make it a little more of a back and forth. And obviously, you don't have to do this like every half sentence. I stop and check in. But I think it's a useful thing to sort of have on the brain to make sure that you're actually working with what they want. And I'll keep coming back to this first chapter example. If someone says, "Oh yeah, I want feedback on anything," I could have 15 different categories. And you know what could happen if I just start rattling them off from 1 to 15? Person could get demoralized by point 4, not because I'm sharing so much criticism, but because maybe I've started to go completely in a different direction. I have had this with game projects. Once upon a time, I was working on a platformer. There was a physicsy platformer. It was all about using this steam gun that you would shoot that would knock obstacles out of the way or manipulate, various levers and latches. And I wanted to make the jumping and the physics feel really good. And when I was asking for feedback from someone, they were just like, "Ooh, and what are you going to put like a bunch of enemies? Oh, this thing needs a boss. You should put a boss in." Dude, I don't know. I don't like this world at all. I really think you should step up the art because art's really important, right? And I mean, internally, I was like, why don't you go fucking make that game? Since it's a completely different game than the one I'm fucking showing you, right? It's very easy for someone to just get so caught up in their own wishes and wants that they're going off in another direction. It's also so easy for someone to get caught up in the idea of, I need to give lots of feedback and I need to be harsh and give lots of critique because that's what good feedback is. And there's a lot of different reasons why people do it. But the effect, the negative effect that I'm trying to point to is starting to talk about stuff and doing too much that is outside of the focus of the person who just asked for the feedback. So again, if I was showing this platformer demo and someone said, "Hey Sean, what are you looking for feedback on?" Well, I realized there's something that I forgot to mention. Interjection. There's asking someone what would be helpful for me to give feedback on. That's great. Something that is the flip side of that is, so talk to me about like what it is you're sharing with me and like how you're thinking about it. This is way more effective. I can't believe I forgot to say this. This is way more effective. So again, someone gives you a chapter of the book. Can I get some feedback? What kind of feedback do you want? Oh yeah, anything. And immediately go, well, tell me a little bit about like, what is this first chapter? Is it a draft? How you've been thinking about it? How are you handing it out to people for feedback? Just have them talk a little bit, because then your responses can be grounded in what they're actually fucking asking for. So I think I've said 3 things thus far. First, descriptive feedback. Just when X happened, I felt Y. But these other 2, I think, are the good context and framing questions. What kind of feedback do you want? Tell me a little bit about what it is you're sharing with me. These are all really, really useful. And in particular, this stop and go technique throughout of, I just said this. Is this helpful? I could focus more on this or focus more on this, inviting them to participate in this sort of thing. So these are, I think, helpful for actually giving good feedback and actually having a good connection, good communication. So that's over here. Now there's communication tone. Here's where I'm going to say something that is so controversial, but I can't say it to you without getting that smudge off your face. Oh, I can't believe I just sprayed you. I'm so sorry. I don't know if you're actually seeing it, but like I literally see the gob right there. There you go. There you go. Okay. You look really good. You look really good. And Kaike Pol, I see that your name has come up, but I'm kind of staring straight at the camera, so apologies if I haven't read your remarks. I'm clearly on a tangent, but I promise I'm going to come back to that. So I want to talk about tone. Here is something that I believe to be 100% true, and I think that not enough people believe it to be 100% true, you have a lot of control over what your tone is. You have so much control over what your tone is, how you present yourself, what I'm doing with my eyebrows and the size of my eyes right now, the fact that I'm smirking a little bit. All of these are things that can be controlled and ingrained and trained into a person. I think there's a lot of people that maybe when they're frustrated, they just always sound like this if they're pissed off. I have been horrifically frustrated on days and just presented pleasantly because you can control your tone. You actually have control over this. It's not trivially easy to do in the same way it's not trivially easy for me to juggle because I've never practiced it. You can practice your tone. And so we've talked, I shared a small set of techniques about giving feedback that I think can be helpful. But like over here on the tone side of things, I think it's very easy when giving negative feedback to have a negative tone. So for instance, let's say that someone gave you first chapter of their book and it was really boring. Like it was really boring. You know, it's very easy to say something like, yeah, I was really bored. I mean, it was really bad and I did not want to keep reading. You know, and you are sounding pissed off at them. You're almost coming across as though you're offended to have been asked. And 9 times out of 10, what the receiver will do is go, cool, great, got it, thanks. And they'll never talk to you about that ever again. But I think talking about that same thing where I was bored, you know, and all this sort of stuff, I think that you can do some small things with your tone to just sound more positive. And also give yourself some hedging language, not the way this is, but this temporary thing that you've shared with me kind of has these qualities, and I think that it could be positive in the future. So if you give me a boring first chapter, if there's anything in there that I'm reacting positively to, like, oh yeah, no, I really enjoyed the setting. I really enjoyed this bit here. I thought it was really cool. When I got to the end of the chapter, there's other books I've read where like I just can't wait to turn the page. I'm like, it's like cliffhanger, or there's a sort of mystery. I wasn't really feeling that as much in these chapters, and I don't know if that's what your goal was, but I don't know. I didn't really feel that much. So like, notice that I just described a lack of something that happened to be here that might not have been what you're doing, and I said it in a pretty cheerful way. And in that sort of situation, oh my God, there's been multiple giftings. Oh my God, Rice Bites. Rice Bites gifted 12. Hey, dude, Pasayten Wilderness gifted 5 9 minutes ago. I'm sorry I missed that. I'm talking about feedback. I'm not even paying attention. Oh my God, Rice Bites. Happy end of the year. Mwah. To what do we owe the great honor? And so I think that the last thing I'm going to try to point to, or in the tone section, is that like just thinking about how to say terrible things really positively with a positive tone. It takes a lot of reflection and a lot of thinking. You've even stopped, or you've seen me stop and go, how would I word that? Yeah, like this. So someone gave me a boring first chapter with an interesting world that had some stilted dialogue. You know, this is where the stop and go technique is really helpful. Yeah, so I want to talk about, Sean, what's your reactions? Yeah, no, I could start with the dialogue, maybe. Oh yeah, sure, go on. Yeah, so I think that in terms of like the content and like where they were going, I was really interested to see where they were going. But the sort of back and forth, it felt kind of stiff, or maybe I didn't really get a strong sense of the characters even having a history with each other. It just felt a little bit like I was just receiving information from them. Is this helpful? Is it like, and I don't even know if you're planning on rewriting that. Oh, you are planning on rewriting that? Yeah, cool. Okay, what else? Let's see. I'm keeping my tone cheerful. I'm keeping my tone positive. I'm actually stating things in a uplifting, upbeat way, like it's great that we're talking about this. And if they ever suggest a change is coming up, yeah, great. Yeah. Oh, I think that change would be really awesome. Oh yeah, I'm planning to rewrite the dialogue to make it snappier. Oh, I would really like that. I'm making it a positive experience for them. And I'm literally telling the truth. Um, yeah. And here's, I think, the maybe the best way to cap this off in terms of giving feedback and not wanting to be like kind of shitty. Sometimes, and by sometimes I mean a large percentage of the time, they don't actually want to hear your feedback. Their thing is going to stay terrible, and that's fine. That's fine. And if you're being asked for feedback, you need to be able to let that shit go. In game development spheres, the way this looks is, hey, can you give me feedback on my game? Oh my god, dude, if you just added a really sick combat system to this game, it would be amazing. Well, I don't really want to add a combat system to this because I want it to be more about platforming and exploration. No, dude, no. Like, literally, trust me, you really want to add this thing in here. Your platforming isn't good enough to carry that. Well, I'm going to be working on it. But yeah, you could just add the combat. And suddenly, this person who's just learned about this game's existence an hour ago is like vying as hard as they can to pitch how combat should be in this game that isn't their fucking game. And like, I have literally seen that person who's giving the feedback be right. If you want to be right, don't be right about someone else's shit. Be right about your own shit. You know what I mean? So I'm a big believer in letting go in those sorts of situations. So there it is. So there it is. Let's see here. There we go. Kakepol says, I'm punishing. So Kakepol is asking for some just thoughts about tough divorce, where depression and tough conversations came from. So Kakepol says, I'm punishing myself so hard that due to depression, why is this cutting off? I long feels the love the same way she did. And she's totally in love and invested. I feel I'm only dragging her down with me, so I decide to divorce. Does this make sense? Also your positive fear. I see. Yeah, so like, if I'm understanding, you are currently in or are exiting in a relationship where you feel that you are so depressed that you are hurting the other person. And so you're trying to exit the relationship where they are actually happy. Because I've gotten a little bit more information. We're going to piecemeal our way through this. Because again, happy to share thoughts. I just want to make sure Notice I'm doing the whole feedback thing. Yeah, I'd love to know more about what you want to ask me about. So there we go. While we're waiting for those little bits. And what I'd request, Kakepol, is if you could like crunch everything down to like start to finish, here's the whole thing. Even if it's like, here's the whole thing part one, whole thing part two. Positive Ionis is day 9. Do you ever find it difficult to keep a secret? I'm usually really good with it, but sometimes I'm excited about something. It's hard not to tell people about it. When I was younger, so probably for the last 10, 12 years or so, I'd say, no, I have no problem at all keeping a secret. None. Literally, you could tell me the juiciest bit of gossip and be like, whatever you do, don't tell anyone. And I'll go, all right. I just don't feel, I feel completely fucking fine. But I think that, like, when I was younger, there were two things that I did that were bad in this regard. Thing one is, if I had private information, it felt cool to share it. It made me feel good to do that. Like in high school, oh my god, Alice has a crush on Bob. Oh my god, I'm gonna go tell Charlie. Just hanging out with Charlie. Charlie, dude, get this. Alice is super into Bob. Isn't that no? It felt kind of fun to gossip. That was really bad. And the second one is that I think is way more insidious. Is I would get that sort of secret information. Alice likes Bob, but I would tell Charlie and just say to Charlie, "Dude, don't tell anyone this, but like Alice likes Bob." I was being more casual with it. I didn't think that I was gossiping, and I didn't feel that emotional satisfaction. But I just kind of had this feeling of like, oh, I'm like being totally okay. And that fucking bit me in the ass in my early 20s. I don't even remember what it was about, but I remember being confronted. I remember that feeling. Because they were like, Sean, I told you not to tell anyone. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I was just telling my friend. I totally trust my friend. And they're like, no, I trusted you not to tell your friend. That's why you broke my trust. And I was like, no, but you don't understand. Like, I didn't mean for them to tell you. Like, I literally didn't fucking get it. And literally being blasted by this person, I kind of, holy shit, maybe that's a bad thing to do. And I just don't do that shit anymore. I mean, I really, and I don't even feel tempted to do it. I'm just like, no, I'm good. And I think I think everyone should fucking do that. I think if someone's like, hey, please don't tell anyone this. All right, sure. Or like if someone's like, hey, can I tell you something, but you can't tell anyone, even Britt. I'm like, then don't tell me because I'm going to want to tell Britt about it. Or if someone shares something, I'm like, would you be okay if I spoke to Britt about this? Because I just share a lot of stuff with my wife. Yeah. And so, by the way, when unless I've specifically called out a question, feel free to repaste again and again and again and again. Feel free to just like paste it because what happens is I will read and then I will look here and I will see chat moving, but I'm not looking at chat. So, which one was I highlighting? So Comedy Dress says, hey guys, I have a question for Dana and Brother. Used to be a YouTube video where you and Britt made gingerbread houses. 1T on Britt, not 2. Made gingerbread houses, but it's not on YouTube anymore. What's up with that? I love watching that. I have no idea. But we did do a gingerbread house stream a few years back. So let's see here. Sandbox says, I'd love to know how you gauge which content works for you. Felt like me that WoW could have been a Day 9 renaissance of sorts. Sorry, I gotta come back to this term in a moment. I have to imagine Chanalytics were up during the retail /classic/hardcore phase. What drives a choice to stick with it or not? So I'm going to rephrase this question to, I'd love to know which content works for you. Because I saw, wow, you had good traction, but then I didn't see you stream it anymore. What's the chance? Day 9 Renaissance is what kind of makes me laugh a little bit. For basically one simple reason. My viewership has been pretty fucking steady for like 15 years, save for the last 2 or so where I've been more focused on game dev and less focused on streaming, and it's gone down a little bit. So I mean, it's I'm wondering when when we were like big. You're talking to a turtle that moves at the same speed all the time. It's like, when are you going to go fast again? I'm like, we don't go fast here. We're a turtle. But why do I choose things? I mean, the big thing is personal interest. That's the number one thing that I go for because I've done streaming for an incredibly long time. And it makes me very happy because I do things that make me happy. And I'm pretty good at making money, so I figure out how to do the thing that makes me happy in a way that generates enough money. What I don't do is think, how do I maximize the numbers? Is this game a vehicle for me to maximize the numbers? Oh my gosh, then I guess I need to just stop doing games I like and do the number games. And so, I mean, I think that right now for me, what up, Chickenators? It's great to see you. And I'll see you again soon, huh? So yeah, when did I tweet? Did I tweet that I'm doing this? I think I forgot to tweet. I'm such a bad stream. Oh, I'm the worst streamer ever. Yeah, hold on. We are live with our end of year AMA. It's my final stream of the year. Ask me anything you so desire. Why are your numbers down, Sean? Oh, because of this. Because I do this because I'm so fucking bad at my job. But yeah, no, I think that like when it comes to selecting things to stream, I really like to play a lot of new games. I really like a regular influx of things. I like a lot of um, PvP type stuff, Hearthstone. Excuse me. What was the other game I was playing? Yeah, I really enjoyed playing Battle Aces, streaming Mechabellum. I'm really, really a fan of those kinds of things. And so I am not against WoW. I'm not for WoW, more or less than the average game here. But WoW is the kind of game that does demand that I play it a lot. And I just don't stream that much anymore. And so for that reason, I was like, I'll probably dabble in it here and there, but getting character to level 60, I mean, that would be 6 months of streaming. That would be. So that would delete my ability to do these other games that I like. That would delete my ability to play a lot of the PvP stuff that I like. So yeah. So that's a little bit of it. To Ordinary Baguettes, I just wanted to say well done on the PC Gamer Show earlier. Really enjoyed it. Oh, thank you. I recorded that at the last possible second. I feel amazing. Oh, yeah. Sandbox is fair enough. Glad you optimized for happiness instead of wallet. I like to do a little of both because I think that, for instance, Sandbox, let's imagine that if I streamed WoW, I got 50,000 viewers. I might say something like, you know what? Maybe I'll do a WoW stream every Sunday and then do other games during the week. Or maybe I'll do, it's WoW Wednesdays and only play it on Wednesdays. I might do something like that. Something. Sorry, WoW, this is for what it's worth. Love hearing your perspective on WoW and the potty. See, oh, it was a lot of fun to be on there. And honestly, I think WoW is awesome. I hear so much jadedness that are just like, oh my god, I can't believe how much Blizzard has ruined World of Warcraft. And every time I've played, I've been like, holy shit, this is fucking sick. Oh my god. All right, Fierce 1340. I saw that you've pasted twice. I'm going to read this for the first time ever. Started a video game YouTube channel this fall where I record myself explaining everything I'm doing as an effort to become better at speaking. It has made me think about streaming and using it as the next step towards working on my social anxiety. Is that a terrible idea? Do you have advice for a new streamer, such a content creator, or advice on overcoming social anxiety? First of all, no, I think that's a great idea. I'm way better at speaking because I'm forced to speak all the fucking time because I'm broadcasting. Whoa! Like, I think it's one of the best ways to do it because you're stuck with yourself. You can't just like be at a party and feel a little awkward and just fucking sit there. Let everyone else talk. Someone says something funny, you go, ha 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 ha, but you didn't really get it. Oh God. No, it's all you. It's just all me. I'm just chilling here. The biggest problem that I have right now is that Sheriff will no doubt begin meowing at the top of her fucking lungs in a little bit, but things that happen to me by doing streaming and broadcasting, I just don't really say or that much. Yeah, no, I think that it's incredibly impactful and I think it's great. And if anyone wants to just get better at speaking and get more comfort talking, I think just making YouTube videos that no one watches is still a really, really good way to do that. I knew I had a friend who streamed to 10 people for 2 years. That was their average concurrency. And their speaking went way better over time. But I think that in terms of the social anxiety, I'm a big believer in not trying to suppress the anxious energy, but trying to burn it by using it. Literally, as I'm talking, if I were talking at a more normal voice, this is kind of like the volume level that I would use. I can just see on my mic levels it's quieter. But instead, I actually project a lot more. I burn the energy by just talking, doing shit with my face, and look at these arms flailing around like crazy. I laugh. I laugh at my own jokes, which they said was embarrassing, but I'm enjoying myself. Um, and just make yourself do that. And it will suck. A lot of social anxiety comes from doing something, having a negative experience where you maybe get laughed at, and then you go, oh, I shouldn't do that anymore. Keep doing that shit. Say an unfunny joke. Have no one laugh. Go home, think about how to be funny. Go back out again. Try to say another joke. It wasn't funny. Go back home. Like practice, literally practice. And don't try to withdraw and push down. Okay, be calm. Just burn your energy. Your body's trying to help you by giving you energy. Burn your energy. Burn your energy. That's what I would say. That's what I think. That's what I think. And that's fantastic that you're doing that. Let's see. Uriel Law says, do you think that gaming multiplayers, card games included, in general has gotten more boring as the internet has progressively accelerated the pace at which games get solved, i.e. new Magic Block comes out and within a week or so several heavily optimized lists come out everyone plays, or RTS Fighting RPG, where shortly guides and optimized play starts optimizing the fun out of gaming? Do you have a solution? All right, so that's a two-part question. Oh, and Kai K. Poll, I see you saying part 3. In a moment, Kai K. Paul, I'm going to answer this question, and then I'm going to be like, pace part 1, part 2, part 3, and everyone in chat's going to be nice and quiet to let you say your stuff. Okay, so first of all, do I think that multiplayer gaming has gotten more boring as the internet has progressively accelerated? No, actually. I think it's gotten dramatically better. So, I love it. I love that this happens. I will concede the following point. I think a lot of devs suck. I think there's developers that go, no, you should not use the internet and play my game. And then everyone goes, how about we use the internet and no one plays your game? And as it turns out, the customer's always right in that case. Yeah, like, here's the thing. Multiplayer game design is incredibly difficult to do. Because you don't have control in the same way you would in a single-player game. If there's an enemy that's in single player, you, the designer, can specify exactly what the enemy does, when, how long their attacks are, whether they take a moment to just go raw and yell so the player can stab them in the belly a little bit. In multiplayer, people are trying to win, and it's, I think, a statement of there's a lot of bad multiplayer games out there. They're just bad games. And I think that if I have a Metroidvania game that's like a 7 out of 10, I feel okay. I would rather it be an 8 or a 9 out of 10, like, or 10 out of 10 even, like your Oris and your Hollow Knights and so on. But if you're a multiplayer game and you're a 7 out of 10, I actually think that you are a 0 out of 10. I think that in multiplayer, you are effectively pass-fail, period. Full stop, no wiggle room in that at all. And obviously there's a little bit of wiggle room, but I'm going to continue to speak in extremes because I actually think that that's the more valuable aspect of the point. And so I think the developers just need to go, fuck, yeah, we're in the age of the internet. We're in the age of net decking. Elden Ring has so much content in it and so many different ways to play, none of which are things that trivialize the game in an obvious way, such that people can spend tons of times looking up builds and looking up orderings and switching weapons, and they're still going to have endless discovery. They're still going to have endless holy moly moments. I have really been enjoying Deadlock, Valve's new 6v6 shooter game. In fact, it is my favorite thing to play. I streamed it with Purge yesterday, and I only uploaded the game to YouTube where I won. Fuck. We lost so many games. Um, and I'm watching videos of people making guides. I'm like going to various guide sites. I'm talking to my buddy Tortellini, who's been doing a bunch of Deadlock stuff about what he thinks. And the game just has so much possibility and lack of clarity as to what's good and what's bad that it still feels like it's being figured out. It feels like this wellspring of stuff to talk about because it's designed well. And so I think that if you are a dev, you just kind of got to understand. It's so funny. Caught the end. He said, "Nice, we won all of them." Oh, I'm sorry. I lie all the time. Don't defense. Fuck. Oh man. What am I talking about? Yeah, no. So I just think that if you're a developer, you need to go. Okay, who's going to play this game? Is this a hardcore PvP game like Magic the Gathering? People are going to net deck. How do we make our game deep enough where net decking doesn't solve it? Even now in Magic, yes, there are optimized lists a week in, and the meta continues to evolve. And sometimes there's a set where really the decks that were good a week after release are the ones that are good for the next 2.5 months, but then a new set comes out and it's fixed because they thought about the fact that this game is in the era where everyone has access to information. Left one says, I think it's false equivalence since most games of Magic are not hardcore PvP. So to nuance the point, if we're talking about proper hardcore online competition, Magic still knocks it out of the park with respect to that, period. And it just so happens that there's rich kitchen table Magic stuff that happens, but what is not the case, Lefowens, is that kitchen table Magic is fun, but at the high level, it's this one deck that everyone plays and it just sucks. So look away from that. They didn't do that. They did good. They did good. So there's another point I was going to make on that. Does it matter? Should I keep making points about one question? Should I answer more questions? The difficulty of doing an AMA. Because yeah, all the really good games, Counter-Strike, Dota, League, Rocket League, fighting games. I mean, all of them have these enormous communities with endless content being produced and consumed, and they just succeed because games well made. Oh my God, Lee, it's so good to see you. Hey, have a great rest of the day. I see you've messaged me. I need to see your message in a little bit. But still, Lee, it's so good to see you. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, Immortal Zombie. Who are you asking out now? Immortal Zombie says, happy to be here for another AMA. On the subject of streaming, I just started and I have a Twitter with a few thousand followers that I am scared to share when I go live. What if no one likes me? How do I work up the nerve to do this? Only a couple of friends tune in right now. Ghosty, please do DM me. Kaike Pulse 3 parts. And actually, Immortal Zombie, this, what if no one likes me? How do I work up the nerve to do this? I'll be honest. The actual problem here, I'm going to make a wildly presumptive statement, so forgive me for doing this, but it's my fucking channel. I'll do whatever I want. In fact, I won all my games of Deadlock yesterday. It feels so good. I'm a turn of 6. Listen to me. I think just make yourself happy. Do what makes you happy. Enjoy yourself. Find ways to find joy with this thing here. This with your breastbone. No, just like with you. Enjoy yourself. Find out how to enjoy you. Find out what makes you feel great going live for 6-7 hours. For instance, yesterday I played Deadlock. I lost almost every game that I played. Hurts to admit. I played with my friend Purge, aka Kevin, and viewership is low because I'm not an established Deadlock streamer and I'm not very good. I had a fucking blast. It was great. And I was chatting with Kevin. We're making jokes about, let's go back to the jungle, right? I just had a fun time streaming. I don't know if anyone liked or disliked it. I don't give a shit. I had a great time. And if you keep doing that, first of all, psychologically, you will just enjoy doing things with yourself and spending time with yourself. And also, from a consumer standpoint, Consumers really like tuning into someone who seems to be having a good time. They just like that. All right. All right, here we go. Here we go. I have this thing open. All right, let's see here. All right, Kaki Paul says, our relationship has always been wonderful through the years. Let's see here. But let's see. Your father requires a lot of care, but he's vulnerable and demands a lot of time to care. My wife has always been a huge part and support on this, and we were able to have great times together in parallel. A few months after we got married, my brother's going through a hard time, and your mother got depressed. This is from year 7 and 8. Now in year 9, it seems like my mental health went downhill as it's been months and I'm no longer present in the marriage. So I don't believe it's fair for her to live with someone so broken as I am, as I live with thoughts of how my adult life has been taking care of others. I believe this has distanced me from her. I want to take the opportunity to thank you all for the years. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, 100%. Like, so I would say, um, gosh, in kind of skimming through everything you've written, let me just say it sounds like you have been in a real caretaker role for a really long time, putting other people's feelings above your own in some of these descriptions of taking care of your father and your mother and your brother, and also trying to be a good partner. Um, and that's hard, especially, I mean, I have known people who have just put others in front of themselves so much. It's hard for them to even understand like what would make me feel good. I ran into this trap personally because oh my gosh, I can do more work for other people's events and respond to more emails and do more stuff for others. Oh my god, I could do that. Look at how happy those people are. Doesn't that mean I should be happy too? And you just get emotionally starved. And it's really hard. And I think I would worry a bit about what you've described as you feel, oh, I have been unfair to you, my partner, so I am going to step away from you. If your partner is a reasonable adult, they're the ones who should be dictating what relationships they're actually interested in and not interested in. For instance, you know, if you are, there are couples that I know that don't even live in the same state. They love going on trips together where they'll spend 6 to 8 weeks just hanging out like crazy. And then they go their separate ways for a few months and they come back together and live together for a few months. And for them, it works great. They love that they can have independent lives and come together and go apart. They love it. I would hate that shit. That would drive me insane. And I think that if, you're having a really hard time and you feel like you haven't been a good partner, are you letting yourself down? Or is your partner explicitly saying, you are letting me down and I am frustrated with it? I think it's a really tricky line to balance because sometimes the words that a person might say is, I feel like I'm not being good to you and I don't want to hurt you in this way and this isn't fair to you, so I'm going to step away. Making lots of claims about them. When in cases it can actually be, I feel so guilty that it's too difficult for me to handle the guilt. I feel so stressed and sad about the situation that it's too difficult for me to communicate about it right now. And I think I really like the lens of self reflection of saying, what do I feel about myself in this situation? Screw anyone else. What am I telling me? And unless you have a absolute rock solid answer for that question, just keep self reflecting until you get it. Because it's way too easy to be like, oh, I'm hurting that person and it was, it's not fair to them and all this sort of stuff. When there's things that, I can imagine that someone would feel like, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm failing as a partner. And if I'm failing as a partner, that makes me feel like I'm a bad person and it's too hard to look at. So I don't know. I find that if you're starting to make statements about other people and their feelings, well, I didn't want to be unfair to you, so I stepped away, or clearly I'm frustrating you, I want to step away and do all this stuff, you still might not even be looking at or addressing the thing that's hurting you. And frankly, you're the one I care about, Kai K. Paul. You're the one who's here in chat having a conversation with me. So I don't know if any of that resonates or any of that even lands, or whether you're like, no, you totally misunderstood me, Sean, which, I'm trying to manage a bunch of chat messages as well. So, um, yeah. Hmm. Arcane21 says, as a streamer, you may be uniquely poised to answer this. How do you interact with specific people with humor and grace and professionalism despite potentially disliking them? At work, there's a person on the team that I really struggle to interact with because of how little value I think they bring and the way they communicate. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. If I'm streaming and I'm stressed out with someone, I just turn off my monitors. Watch this. I can't handle this chat. Boom! Oh, oh my god. Oh, it feels so good. Oh no, they're back. Um, yeah. More sincerely, for me, what allows me to work with people that I really don't like, and I work with people I don't like all the time. And don't worry if you're working with me, you're like, Sean, is it me? No, it's not you. Don't worry. Um, Here's things that have been helpful for me, which is a lot of it is just me being comfortable with myself and that statement of the question, what does this make me feel about myself? And I think this is an incredibly useful way to apply what I just said to a situation. Like, let's say there's someone who, in a work setting, is kind of lazy, and if there's 10 people working on a project, each person should be doing 10% of the work, so you have 100% of the work done. But they only do 5%. They pull half their weight, and it sucks, And it's easy to just feel frustrated, and you immediately go, well, I don't want to be frustrated. That asshole's the one causing the frustration because they're not getting their work done. If only they just got all their fucking work done. Now, I'm going to ignore the fact that this is a workplace and just let's talk about feelings. When it comes to just the feeling side of this, it's way too easy to be putting the blame on the other person. So what if they only do 5%? Why not just sit there, get done with your chunk of work, and be perfectly happy? And that can be different for a lot of people. Sometimes someone is frustrated because they know they're going to have to do the work. That's a very concrete statement. And if you go to a manager and you say, hey, just want to make sure, looking at the work, what are my responsibilities? I want to make sure I nail those. Great. You're not even talking about the other person. What are my responsibilities? Awesome. I want to really nail those. And you do them. And if someone comes to you and goes, you need to do extra work, you go, I'm so sorry. I was under the impression that these are my responsibilities. I don't think I can take on this extra workload. You're just talking about yourself. Screw the other person. There's other people I know that get frustrated because they feel like they're not getting enough recognition. So maybe they see someone not doing enough work for the project and they go, well, but they're going to get just as much recognition as I am. Suddenly it's this insecurity, this kind of thing. I think that if you can start cataloging, what do I feel about myself in these situations? Wow, there's a person who I don't like how they communicate. What does that make me feel about myself? And I know that's like an insane thing to say. Like, someone comes up to you and they fucking yell at you. Like, dude, you fucking suck. You're not contributing to any projects, man. What the hell? Like, why not just sit there and be perfectly happy? Why not just literally be fine? it's an interesting question to ask. It's an interesting question to reflect upon. Because it's so easy to get caught up in the emotions that start spiking in you, and you try to want the emotions to go away. So you try to get the cause to cause the emotion to go away. But this is like, in my eyes, the core of processing feelings. And so, for instance, okay, so that's one piece, the sort of understanding my own emotional dynamics. And the second piece is when you're in a workplace, almost always what we care about is the end result. And we communicate about the end result. And we can look at and describe end results irrespective of the inputs that go in. The end result is the issue. I'm going to give a counterexample, or not a counterexample. I'm going to just let me talk. Let me do an example in the other direction, and then an example in the negative direction. There are people that I know that are contract workers that will charge per gig, as it were, and they will sleep till noon, get all their work done by 3 p.m., and just chill. Right? Or they work weird hours, but they always get their work done. And sometimes they work with people that are just like, dude, you have a sloppy schedule, you're not available at times. And they're like, dude, I'm literally doing my work. I'm doing great. Inputs doesn't matter. The output matters. The end result is what matters, period. And I mean this actually insanely literally. No customer gives a shit. Like, for instance, this mug. This mug that has a duck on it, I have no opinion about how it arrived here. Did someone pull an all-nighter to design this mug? Does the factory just have everything done by robots and it just bangs out 1,000 of these a second? And I got ripped off. Like, it's just like, is it working? Okay, good. It's great. Like, for almost all work projects, like in games, the customer only cares if the game is good. That's it. That's it. So I think that if there's someone specifically at work who's being abrasive with their working style or being abrasive with their communication, what matters? The end result is what matters. It's the end result, the end output. And when you can start defining that really clearly, it gives concrete, meaningful ways to interface with the stuff that you dislike. And I put it in quotes because if you dislike it, but it gets a great end result, who gives a shit? The end result is what the customer actually cares about. If you do some self-reflection and you determine, I actually can't work with this person, that's also great. You can say, I don't want to work with this person. That's fine. But it's like a simplifying of things where because I saw you, Arcane, saying that you wanted to be you want to do more management stuff. I mean, if you're talking end results, like, for instance, communication abrasions. Hey, I want to talk to you about some of the way that you're communicating with the team. It's being disruptive to their ability to get stuff done. I've had a couple of meetings with people where they were frustrated enough that now they're behind on their work. So I really need you to, I want to talk about your communication so it doesn't disrupt other people's work. That's super unbelievably concrete. That's super, super, super concrete. And so, yeah, I think that, like, having more empathy for yourself to make sure you're taking care of you, and also, thinking about end results, I think is really helpful in a work context because, frankly, I think a huge amount of terrible, terrible, terrible managers are not thinking about the end result. They're like, here's a process that I use that I think makes good results. So let me just nag you about the process. You need to get to work by 7 a.m. every day. That's how good work gets done. What, you're not getting up at 6 and getting into work at 7? You're never going to get anywhere. It's like, fuck are you talking about? There's infinite numbers of people who fucking don't do that and are doing fine. So yeah, those are some things I think. Those are a pile of thoughts for you. Dude. Oh, I need to type over here. Yeah, I hope you're doing okay, Kai K. Pole. I just I have seen people who are going through hard times and they sort of, well, I do this. I tend to withdraw and really pull away and just get really down on myself when I'm having a really hard time. And so, I worry when I, read your messages that it's very easy to self sabotage when you're having a really hard time because it's hard to deal with your own feelings and you don't want to feel like you're burdening people around you. So I may as well step away. And it can feel good short term, but, long term, I think it's not sustainable. It really isn't. So, in a few months, I'd love to hear from you and know how you're doing. Feel free to stop in. Can someone ask me? I want to try to. I want to do a little exercise. Anyone have something incredibly stupid they want to ask me before we get back to these unbelievably thoughtful and intelligent questions? Oh my God, Deadlock 4400. Is that John Deadlock himself? Is that John Deadlock? Thanks for the 5 gifted subs, John Deadlock. And also, I think I missed something. Oh my God, Kate, did 9. Oh my God, Kate, dude, we got your back always, Kate. Pop by anytime. Oh, someone asked me before what your favorite type of cheese was. All cheese. Holy fuck. I literally I saw some video of someone who got like a 10-pound roll of Parmesan and it was mislabeled. So they got it for like $10 and it should have been way more. And I literally looked at my mouth is watering right now just thinking about it. I literally just imagined breaking off the seal and just picking it up like a big hamburger and just eating Parmesan through to the other side. Just literally over winter break, just having like a 10-pound just block of cheese. Looking up. Watching 24, watching Jack Bauer torture terrorists. He's a federal agent. He's giving them his word. Fucking, I love cheese, man. It's so good. Rat9 TV, absolutely, Jaded Zilla. Are you kidding me, man? I want to eat cheese so bad. I want to eat cheese right now. Dude, you know what's weird? I saw someone order a double cheeseburger, which in America is a patty and a slice of cheese and then a patty and a slice of cheese. And he said, just one cheese, please. What? And then you have like two pieces of beef just on each other? That doesn't make any sense. Like, what do we like? Just get a larger patty or get a double cheeseburger. Don't get this like kind of double cheeseburger, but with like a single cheese. Like, immediately, I just showed them me unfriending them on Facebook, showed them me logging out of Facebook, never to log in again. I haven't spoken to them since. It's disgusting. But cheeses I like, brie is my most consistently consumed cheese, particularly a triple cream brie that's very soft. I like blue cheese from time to time. Blue cheese is really good. Spicy cheeses that have peppers in there, jalapeno cheese is really good. Cheddar, eh, it's but I do like fancy cheeses. I do like fancy cheeses, and by like fancy cheeses, I mean I buy fancy cheese once a year tops because I'm horking brie like an animal, like a complete degenerate. Oh, it's so good. Mozzarella is okay. Mozzarella is okay. I don't think it's the best. I think it's all right. Al says, how difficult is it to make the network slash multiplayer part of something similar to Magic Arena? I'm thinking only 1v1s. It's not bad. It's really not bad. Because the big issue of multiplayer networking is synchronizing as close to real time as possible. That's the hard part. Because I mean, basically, you would just because I mean, if you're playing something like Counter Strike, if I move, you need as quickly as possible for it to move on the other person's screen. And if I'm moving and the server it doesn't receive packets from me for like 5 or 6 frames, it might freak out. And or I should be more precise with my language. If it doesn't see your packets, it might cause the whole server to hang. It might cause weird rubber banding. You might move and then a second later discover that you're dead. It's a real pain in the ass. But I mean, if you're doing something like a card game, you can actually just asynchronously send signals. Like, for instance, I could take my turn in Magic, all the animations play, everything responds immediately. And then whenever the packets arrive to the server, 2 seconds later, it relays those back to the enemy, or the enemy, the other person's computer, where it then would replay all those packets to simulate what just happened on my side of the board. Um, but yeah, that's not really that bad. If you're trying to do just like a turn-based game, the more real time, the more that you're trying to really sync, where it's just like, dude, we like 30 times a second we're trying to synchronize, and I do not want this to actually get out of sync at all. That's where you start to get into hell. But even then, like having a really simple networking solution is lockstep networking, which is we send the packets to the server, the packets get sent to us. Once everyone has everyone's packets, we then take a step forward. We then take our actions, goes to the server, reroutes back, and then when everyone has everything, then we take a step forward. And lockstep is great because everyone is locked in step with each other. Something like Counter-Strike just doesn't do that. Quake 3 was one of the first games to do that. Wait, Quake 3 did lockstep? I don't think it did. Because the idea of lockstep, if you were in a first-person game, if I press the forward button, my character would not go forward until that had been routed to both people. My mouse would not turn unless I got the signal from the server. So almost all first-person shooters don't do this. And it's when you do something like what a first-person shooter does, where it's like, on my computer, I hit W, instantly my character moves forward. And because they're instantly moving forward, the server hasn't even received the photons of light that contain the information that I've moved. So we need to do some sort of weird prediction thing where if I'm moving forward and then start moving backwards, the server still thinks I'm holding the forward button, and then so it needs to kind of correct me backwards. And it's all these resolutions of things where you're trying to do better than lockstep that becomes a pain in the ass, becomes a real fucking nightmare. Yeah, turn-based games, piece of cake. What is this? Is the security and anti-cheat part difficult? I think it's easier to think about it orthogonally. Like, it's just, what information are you sending? Someone can enter, like, for instance, if you are playing Counter-Strike and let's just say a first-person shooter. If you're playing first-person shooter, and each packet that goes to the server contains the exact position, health, ammo, and direction of aiming for every single person on the server. If that's what you're sending and receiving, then yeah, of course someone can just pluck that packet out, see all the information, and then show the stuff. I mean, this is kind of how StarCraft map hacks worked. It would send the information. Your computer would know where everything was, but on your computer you would just have the fog of war so you couldn't see. So the hack just literally disables the fact that you can't see all the information that you do have. So yeah. I mean, there you go. Slack door. It's a bit of a broad question. What are your opinions on narrative design in games where the story isn't the main focus of the game? Balance of dialogue and drip-feeding exposition and world building can get in the way of the main game loop, which can bother people that want to play the game for the mechanics, game systems. Okay. Slack door. It's time to escalate. Narrative design is not dialogue and exposition. It ain't. It is not. It is not. And of course, I mean, you're asking a very reasonable question, but I'm taking it unreasonably because I'm in the mood. Slacktor says, "Oh no, that's right, Slacktor. You be careful. We don't allow fun here in the chat," as some bummer ass dude said earlier. Hmm. What was going to say? Yeah. So, yeah, we got you, dude. We got you. All we ever want to do is be the most powerful podcast of all time. But I'm not going to make a podcast because it's trendy right now, and I buck all trends, as you well know. So, when I think of narrative design in games, there's a few things I think. First of all, there's way too many people that have run 3 Dungeons and Dragons campaigns and call themselves a narrative designer, which I actually feel like cheapens the incredibly difficult work that proper full time narrative designers actually do. It's really challenging. Archemaths is savage. Yeah, like I open up code and edit it and make stuff happen. I write code. But if I describe myself as a systems engineer, like just because I did it for 2 seconds doesn't mean I get to claim it. I don't know. Anyways, um, but yeah, um, so narrative designers in the world kind of have like a broad and nebulous set of responsibilities. And I know of some narrative designers that were literally told, write dialogue, write it, go. So are they writers? Are they narrative designers? Well, I'm writing in an interactive setting. I guess I'm a narrative designer. Um, ugh. But I think that I'm going to break this into two pieces. So first of all, there's a product question. There's a product question of like, what product are you making for someone? Okay, there are times when I literally want to watch two characters talk to each other and for story to unfold. Mass Effect, I don't really remember that much about the combat. Outside of, I found a busted weapon early and just used that. What was engaging for me was wandering around the Citadel and talking to characters. It was going on various side quests and finding side dialogue from all the characters in there. It was, you know, all the cool story beats of the Rachni showing up and, the Geth coming back from the Perseus Veil. Oh my god, I remember it so clearly. I don't remember any of the gameplay. There are times when I literally am down to watch two people talk to each other and to get some very do nothing dialogue choices that just kind of make me feel at least like I'm hitting buttons while I'm watching a story get told to me. That's great. There are other times when I'm playing something like Elden Ring where if someone just sits down and starts talking to me and it's taken too long and they're still talking and it's still going, I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, get me out of here, man. Elden Ring thoughtfully lets you just walk away and doesn't really require you to talk to anyone. And so I think that from a product perspective, irrespective of what any individual is doing on there, there are some games where you might make it to make sure that lots of dialogue's coming out. There are other games that just don't have a lot of dialogue coming out. And both of these can be done really well and really terribly. With that said, I think that writing and narrative beats in games is misunderstood a lot of times because if you're an artist and you're told art 10 monsters, okay, what monsters do you art? You might want to go talk to someone who's done some of the writing for the game. If I use Hollow Knight, this is a very mild spoiler, and I don't care. The central zone in Hollow Knight is called the Crossroads, and there's this interesting world and mythology that you are slowly learning more and more and more about it as you wander around without even really hearing anyone talk. You're just seeing which areas are, like Deep Nest has this sense of corruption to it just from the art and the aesthetic. The city in the center has this beautiful opulence to it without anything being said. Um, and it's always raining. It's called the City of Tears. Is that what the name of it is? City of Tears, Hollow Knight. For some reason, my brain is telling me that's not what it's called. It is called the City of Tears. Yeah. And like, in a sense, those are narrative elements in there. The idea of the City of Tears with this loneliness of rain pouring down because there's a lake situated above an underground city, calling it the City of Tears, the music that plays that has this somber tone. It's all very cohesive, and it's communicating a certain narrative beat. And if you haven't played Hollow Knight, you haven't even heard me talk about the gameplay. You just heard me talk about some vibes. It's like really good. Like the storytelling is kind of baked into all those elements. Now imagine that you say to someone, okay, you are going to be hired as an artist to make enemies. Make some enemies in the City of Tears. If you made a weird ass zombie, there's brains. And then the next one was a vampire that was trying to suck your blood. And then the next one is the guy from Contra with his gun and he's shooting and they're coming out a triangle because he got the busted power up early on. It just feels weird. You want coherence there. And maybe and the spoiler I was going to share earlier about Hollow Knight is that there's this starting area, the crossroads, and if you do some stuff, it becomes corrupted. And when you revisit it, there's stronger enemies. There's this horrifying orange magma muck everywhere. And it's cool. Wait, why is that happening? It's not that a designer said, hey, it'd be cool. Let's just take the starting area and we'll fuck it up. There's some sort of narrative structure. There's some sort of communication that's actually occurring in there that everything is sort of intertwined. So you get bits of environment, you get changes to the environment, you get coherence of the enemies with the space, and so on and so on and so on and so on. So, like, I think there's a lot of ways to do it poorly. Like, I think here's the archetypical thing that I complain about, like a baby that I just whine and sob about, is when there's a game that has awesome gameplay and the gameplay is really great, and then all of a sudden, they make me watch two characters I don't give a shit about talk to each other for 10 minutes. Oh, and now I get to play the game for 5 minutes. Oh, and it's two other characters that are trying to conspire. I don't care. Skip. Let me play. I hate this. I hate this so much. If Slay the Spire had dialogue in between every floor, it would be a terrible game. It doesn't. You can actually just play. Dr. Paul Browning says it sounds like every Rockstar game in Cyberpunk. I would strictly say not even remotely, because those games are actually fucking good. Those are good games. They're very, very good games. And yes, there are moments of dialogue in those games where you're like, I don't really care about this. I wish I could go back to the fun stuff. But I mean, I'm talking about like what was the name of that game? There was a game that I streamed that was like a roguelike game where the gameplay was so awesome. It was amazing. But there was just too much dialogue. There's so much dialogue that it was screwing up the game. What I would call that is not. I would call that a product problem. I would just say like the product was not. It was made poorly, and that product I think did not wind up succeeding. And I think that it's the kind of mistake that I see. I mean, if you said, Sean, what's going wrong process-wise? I think it's that there's this feeling of elevating a game that manifests in different ways. Things like we have voice acting. We have cinematics. We have a story with characters saying cool things to each other. You know, where like Slay the Spire doesn't have voice acting; it's all text. Game's incredible. Game is absolutely banging. It's not a strict marker of success, but it does feel like you elevate them, right? When you put our game opens up and there's voice acting and there's a cutscene and then you play a little bit and there's voice acted characters talking to each other, it feels more premium. And just because it kind of vibes in that way, it's not additive. Your game is a coherent product. It needs to have all of these pieces working together. So you can't just like staple on voice acting and dialogue and story and all this stuff unless it actually makes sense with the whole thing. So yeah, Arendelle R. Dude, Arendelle, yes. Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. That's out on December 11th, I think. Crazy Chris's question for you, Sean. Have you ever done any charity events as part of your content creation career? Why, of course, the After Hours Gaming League, where the winners of each event that we ran got to donate $5,000 to the charity of their choosing. Raised a lot of money doing that. Said, would you have any interest in doing a charity event in the future? Oh, I'm super time constrained. So, I mean, I'm going to give that a firm, it depends. It depends. I've been working sun up to sundown for too many days in a row now, so this is my break. This is my breaky. From Homes, what games are you looking forward to playing most next year? Path of Exile 2. Path of Exile 2. Hell yeah. Barrett says, sorry if this has been asked before, but what would you say is the main reasons are you for not playing against your brother in a show match of some kind? Seems like something I've seen mentioned over the years in various places is a thing they would enjoy watching. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm really just not that interested in doing a show match against my brother. There's this weird sort of. Here's the thing. My brother, he's just a dude. He's he's my brother. I like my brother. I actually get to see him kind of soon, and I'm like really excited to do that. But I like Nick because of, hanging out with him. I text him. I texted him my armor ramp druid. I will probably call him sometime in the next few weeks to chat, and I will enjoy that. Now, contrast this with this feral wish for people who are like, Day9, you need a battle tasteless to find out who's the more powerful brother. And it turns into this tool for people to go to Nick's chat and shit on him if I won. People come to my chat and shit on me if he won. And neither of those feel good. I don't want anyone going to my brother's chat and shitting on him if I win. I don't want anyone coming to me, man. I mean, I don't know. I'd be more interested in doing something with my brother, like 2v2s and battle aces or something like that. That seems more fun. So yeah. That's what I would. Oh, speaking of battle aces, Mr. Jack Art says, almost never catch live, but here we are. Great to see ya. Ya a boozle. But yeah, no, I think Barrett RTS, if you look at my history of streaming, I just don't like adversarial ass things. I just don't. It's just not that interesting to me. Just like, yeah, fuck yeah, man. Oh, there's that guy. I talked shit to him and said I would beat him, and then I did. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I just like, this is going to sound wildly arrogant, right? This is going to sound insanely stupidly arrogant. I actually have played a game at the absolute tip top level. No one at the top of StarCraft is talking shit to each other. No one at the top of StarCraft is doing things where they're going, oh my god, yeah, I'm gonna talk shit to Artosis. Yeah, fuck you, man. Yeah, I dunked on him. That feels awesome. Like, none of us did that. Because, like, all the people that do that shit never even qualified for a final event. They like, dude, if me or Dan or Nick played 100 games with those kind of shit talkers, each of us would go 100-0 without even using our keyboard hand. Like, this is just this nonsense. Idra, look, Idra had moments of raging. Idra was a very pleasant human being to actually play and practice with. Like, I mean, and Idra is not the sort of person who's looking to regularly get in giant ego matches. He would get really mad and say shitty things. But what Idra didn't do is go, that guy over there, that guy fucking sucks. He's the worst ever. I challenge him to a big show match. Yeah, I won. I'm shitting on him. I'm shitting on him. Yeah, I mean, he's just a very pleasant human being. So yeah, I don't know. I just there's this sort of weird era of streaming of these sort of faux adversarial encounters that are just like, oh, we're gonna have this team versus that team. And some of that's actually, I think, pretty fun, especially if it's like this group of friends versus that group of friends and they're having a nice time. But like, I just think that real competitors just train. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? So yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, no, there's I'm very cognizant of the idea of not trying to weaponize events. Like, oh hey, I'm gonna have like a big event where I am going to try to fight against that other streamer, and then I win. Yeah, and then everyone's just like, remember that time when Sean shot on you? Like, yeah, I'm not interested in that at all. Shovel Tim says just came by to say have a great holiday. Thanks, Shovel Tim. And it might be SHBL Tim, but I like saying shovel. Shovel Tim. All right. Ted Craptacular says, how do you not get crushed by FOMO with all the games, etc. out there? I have FOMO. I have it. I want to go play more Elden Ring DLC. I want to beat Baldur's Gate 3. Magic the Gathering Foundations is out, and I want to play that, and I don't have time to do any of that shit. I don't even have time to play Path of Exile 2 till the 22nd of December, if that. Maybe the 23rd. My face is shiny. Oh my god, frankly, with Frankly 15, this is holy shit, day 9, have a great break. 20 days, frankly, Frank. We have 20 more. No, I did my computation wrong. It's 23 minus 18 days. 18 days. It's going to be sick. It's going to be so sick being on break. Thanks, frankly. Snuggly Sadist says, frankly, were you the one to do the Factorio speedrun? Is that you? Is that you? Oh, Ty Colony, let me tell you. I already know what I'm looking most forward to when I'm on break. I already know. I can already tell you. By the way, I realize I've been talking this way because there's this monitor, but I need to habitize looking this way. Now I feel like I'm looking at you. It is having absolutely no deadlines. Because deadlines, I'm using a little bit liberally here. A lot of times people talk about deadlines, like, oh, we have a milestone every 2 months, so this is the 2-month milestone. I'm talking about I have to get up, and then I have to call the mechanic at 9 because he wants to schedule. And then once that's done, at 10 a.m. I have a meeting. And then at 11 a.m. I have another meeting. And then at noon I need to run to the grocery store so I can get back by 12:30 because I need to finish this thing before my 1 p.m. meeting. Just this endless countdown of stuff happening. Oh my God. I just can't wait to just be up at like 4 a.m. for no reason. And when I go to bed, I don't set an alarm. And then when I get up, I just eat whatever. Oh my God, I can't wait to do that. You know what? I might invert my sleep schedule. Why not? Oh my God, everyone's favorite T-Rex. Thank you so much. Oh my God, for the gifted 5. A final 5 sneaking on in. Summer Loves, I don't know if you remember, but I met my boyfriend at PAX East right before lockdown. He was an unlucky participant of the gauntlet. Excited to share that since then we've gotten married. Hope we enjoy your break. Oh my God, congratulations. What a beautiful name for a beautiful story. Although everyone who played in the gauntlet got unlucky. We never had anything good occur in the gauntlet. One day we will launch it and finish it. Oh, Dr. Prof Brownie says, "Do you know when you're going to announce anything about the game you've been working on?" Let me see. How can I actually answer that? I want to see if I can give a different answer for once. No, I don't think I do. I don't think I do. I really don't think I do. Oh, dude. By the way, how do I pronounce this? Because in my brain, I read this as Mox Yui. I read it as Mox Yui. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Moog, but anyways, it's Moog. That's fucking way cooler than Mox Yui. Oh my god, it's way fucking Moog's a fucking sweet name. Oh my god, Moog. Moog is awesome. Moog is dope. Mox Yui. Oh my gosh. Okay, so like, so there's a philosophy that I have with respect to communicating about our studio and our game, which is that like there's a lot of bullshitters out there, right? There's a lot of bullshitters. So this is one thing over here. There's a lot of bullshitters. There's also a lot of dumbasses. Now, once upon a time, when I was a dumbass, I announced that I was joining a game studio and talked about how exciting and thrilling all the stuff that we were gonna make was when I had been there for like weeks. And that's it. And then naturally, what wound up happening is that stuff takes longer. You have to iterate. This idea is going to be great. You play it, fucking sucks. And all just, shit goes wrong when this happens. Shit goes wrong like, oh my gosh. What's the most recent game I streamed? Deadlock. Okay, so let's imagine that I'm working on a 6v6 MOBA shooter, okay? And I say, we're going to make a 6 versus 6 game that doesn't have lanes because I want to make sure that players are doing the fun thing of fighting each other, not shooting creeps. Let's say there's someone who hears that when I announce it and they go, oh, thank God, I'm so tired of League and Dota and I play Deadlock and I'm just sick of having creeps in games. I want to fight the other people. I liked Overwatch at launch. I'm excited for Sean's game. And then maybe a year passes and we go, oh shit, we really do need creeps, don't we? Oh man, our game sucked. And then we started adding in creeps and did some iterating. It's literally better. So what we had is a game that was bad. We added this thing and now it's better. We might actually have a game that's very different from Deadlock in this example. We might actually have something that is the best build we've ever had internally. We might have very concrete lessons that we learned and concrete problems that are solved with these creeps being added, and we might see a path to make it ascend to greatness beyond them. So then imagine a year later I show this build, and imagine there's 100,000 people that are like, holy fuck, I can't wait to play a creep-free MOBA! And then they see the footage and they go, this man fucking lies. Well, what actually happened is that I was a dumbass. But there's also a lot of bullshitters out there. What was the name of that fucking game that was called like, it's like One Day Later, where like a zombie apocalypse is hit and the entire size of the game was like 4 screens. What was the name of that? The next day, the day after. I'll be honest. I Stern Gashut, I didn't know if you were riffing on my joke or whether that was the actual name of that fucking game. Yeah, this game called The Day After that just like was a hype and the next big thing. You're gonna lose your mind. And it came out and it was like so bad that I think they got sued and shit. So like, I feel like in an era, I actually just guessed. In an era where there's people who misrepresent things, in an era where there's a game like Star Citizen that has still not come out, and it's arguable that's actually done amazing things. I actually do think they've done a lot of amazing stuff, but they sure have misled people communication wise. There's been, oh, this is the sequel to that last game, and it's going to be even better. And it comes out, it's a stinker. All these games that people have pre order regrets about. I like the simplification of just waiting until you can be accurate. Because I happen not to be a bullshitter, but I'm absolutely guilty of being a dumbass in the past and being accused of being a bullshitting charlatan at times. And I'm like, no, I didn't lie. I'm just a moron. I'm just fucking awful at shit sometimes. So, because I mean, like, to use goofy numbers for a moment, if you promise a 10 and deliver an 8, people are upset that you lied to them 2's worth. But if you promised a 5 and you deliver an 8, people are really pleased. If you say nothing and then you go, hey guys, I'm pleased to announce an 8, people are like, oh shit, look at this 8 that came out of nowhere. Look at that. Igneous Ice says, can you tell us even a vague genre of the game? Do I normally control one person or multiple? Like, this is the sort of thing that... Actually, here is... I'm going to come to this one in a sec, Dr. Prof. Brownie. Here's the thing. Imagine I tried to give a vague answer. Like, again, let's imagine the game I'm working on is a 6v6 MOBA shooter, because the last game I streamed was Deadlocked. Let's imagine it's that. If I go... You can imagine me not wanting to reveal the genre or the mechanics, and I say, well, let's just say you're part of a large force fighting the enemies. And the reason why I'm saying this is because technically you're pushing with waves, and technically it's a 6v6. You can imagine someone being like, oh my god, it's a large-scale strategy game. Look at that. Oh, a large force doing things? I remember Sean did that one game where like 20 people controlled a barge. Maybe it's going to be 100 people controlling a barge. And then speculation begins. And the instant speculation begins, what occurs? People get excited about something they fucking made up. Not in like a they're being a dumbass. They're trying to work with what I'm giving them. So I don't even like doing that. John Amend says, but people won't lose interest if you promise a 5. Well, here's another thing about promises. Again, if I say we're going to make a 6v6 MOBA shooter, and I don't want you guys to get very excited, we're doing something different than those other games, but we think that it'll just be a 5 or a 6v6, and that's it. Okay, then what are they doing different? Imagination happening. And then someone's like, I bet that there's going to be ways to have PvE content in there. Ooh, I bet they're going to do blah, blah, blah. It's just so much easier. Dr. Prof. Brownie says, why is game dev so secretive? I get NDAs on publicly traded companies because that can affect company value. And I also understand the overpromise, underdeliver problem, but it also seems excessive from the outside looking in. I want to be clear, do not mean this as a slight to your previous answer. How dare you? Something I've been thinking about for a while. Okay. So, I do think a lot of the NDA super secretiveness is very perfunctory. Like, oh, hey, do you want to chat about the game? Yeah, let me just fire over our NDA. Sure, let me sign it. And then just, people talk normally. So it's pretty low-key from behind the scenes. But I think there's another element that's going to be fun to talk about. A lot of people think, I have a game idea that's so amazing, that if I tell you, you'll take it and you'll win my money. It's my idea. And it's because it's my idea, it's the most precious in all the world. I love my idea. It's going to make $1 billion. I thought about it for a long time when I took a hot shower on Wednesday. This is $1 billion idea right here. I have that feeling twice a week, and I'm wrong both times. Oh my god, I have a great idea for our game. It's going to fix it. It's gonna be so fucking good. Implement it. Oh, that's right. That's a problem, isn't it? Okay, shit. We gotta keep going. Okay, so that's not a solution to the problem. What about this? Again, 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 again. Um, and so I think there's just a lot of unbelievable, fucking dumb, stupid shit that people have, which is a little bit too precious nonsense. Also, people rip off the fuck out of each other at a rate that is insane. Do you remember when auto chess started to get big in Dota 2? 6 weeks later, um, TFT came out. Like, it's an insanely short turnaround. It just, boom, Underlord, just like Valve made Underlord, just like fell out immediately. Like there were so many ripoffs that popped up right away, and I think that the auto chess people actually did extremely well early on. Um, Misstreams' Vampire Survivors games too. Yeah, Vampire Survivors comes out and everyone's like, "Holy fucking shit! I got to make 100 of these." And so I think that Vampire Survivors is a example of the kind of game that doesn't quite fall. Like Vampire Survivors did great, and then all the clones came in. Um, but I mean, I don't know. I think that if you're a company that feels like they have something good, there's no reason you wouldn't just be like, dude, here's an NDA. Don't steal this. By the way, I would not include Slay the Spire in this. I would not really include that because Slay the Spire came out and fucking crushed. Auto Chess is a better example because Auto Chess was starting to succeed as a mod, and then a bunch of people rushed to market before Auto Chess really established itself well as a standalone game. And that's the point. Not a success case came out and there were imitators. I mean, an idea was seen before it had really hit the finish line, and then people beat them to market in ways. Spurley, hope you have a wonderful dinner. And thank you. I do feel like I deserve a break this year. Aramean, how'd you come up with a joke? There's no plate like chrome for the Holorays. The Aramean one, yes, for my ideal sci-fi series thing that I uploaded. That came from Colin Mockery in Whose Line Is It Anyways? Always had really stupid puns whenever he would start off the newscast. And I was like, I want a really stupid pun. And I'm going to waste way more time than Colin does. Colin Mockery, one of the greatest talents of all time. I love him so much. He's so incredible. What up, Ranchi? I also owe you some replies. I'm so slow. Yeah, probably the biggest influences of how I joke. My biggest comedy influences are probably Whose Line Is It Anyway? With Ryan Stiles and Colin Mockery being the leaders there. Because they were way back on the British one, then they were on the Drew Carey one. When Greg Proops and Wayne Brady were regulars there too. But definitely Whose Line Is It Anyways? That's one. And the other would be Mystery Science Theater Hour 3000. That's some Midwest ass humor. I love that Midwest ass humor. Man, they are so fucking good. Oh my god, I love MST3K. The OG MST3K, they were just all stars, man. They had 24-hour MST3K. Favorite episodes? I don't know. I just should put it on. Like the pod people. And actually the MST3K movie, Normal View. Normal View. Like, I really love... Oh, yeah, Space Mutiny is really good. Dirk Hardback. Big, McLarge, huge. Yeah, I really like surrealist humor. Like, super non sequitur, bizarro interjection-y humor. So, yeah, you can... And there it is. Yeah. Big, McLarge, huge is really good. All right. All right, everyone. We've been going for 2 hours. There's no reason to stop now. This is the end of year AMA. We're happy to take any and all questions for at least another hour. Yeah, Big Myth Large Huge comes from the MST3K riff on um, Space Mutiny was the name of it. Frizzy SG says, hey, Dan, long-time listener, first-time caller. Hello, welcome to the show. Says, have you kept up with Stormgate's development at all after your last videos? Do you think it's going in the right direction? I have not really kept up super closely with it, because basically I played it, there's a long way to go, and I'm kind of waiting for whenever the first 3 races are, like, done, to probably take another look at it. I'm trying to think of another early access game that I sort of had a similar reaction to. I don't know. I actually just don't have. I just don't have that much more to say about the game than what I said in the broadcast. Because I mean, a lot of early access games I play for a little bit, and then I just put it down and wait like a year or 2 years, and then come back and play it. And also, I'm also pretty agnostic to. I don't know. I've been talking about this the last few months. I'm kind of a gaming optimist because, for me, Frizzy, I tend not to even say, hey, this thing that isn't done, what do I think it should do? What do I think it shouldn't do? I mean, if you held a gun to my head, yeah, I could produce stuff to talk about, but like, for the most part, I'm like, dude, Path of Exile 2 comes out on Friday. I don't get to play it till I'm done with my end of year bender. But dude, when I do get to play it, it's all I'm gonna fucking do, and I can't wait. There's new Magic set, Magic Foundations. Just seeing all the Llanowar Elves list, oh, I can't wait to go play that. I'm really enjoying playing Hearthstone. I hit Legend with an Armor Ramp Druid. I kind of want to find an aggro deck to grind up. There's just a lot of really awesome stuff to do. Excuse me. Frizzy says Zero Space. Yeah, I have not actually really watched almost any Zero Space. I think I have access to it, probably. I just incidentally have not. Because pretty much every time when they've had a beta, I've been out of town. So, what can you do? What can you do? Emerald, did you ever use LLMs in your coding process? I think once I just couldn't remember the syntax for an event action in C#. I know exactly what I wanted to do. I just could not remember how to get the damn declaration correct. And I asked ChatGPT, and it says, sounds like you're trying to do this, and it just gave it to me. And I was like, great, cool. I think it's one of the best use cases for LLMs, to be honest. Because, honestly, this is where I'm going to talk about AI and large language models and image generation in general. They do amazing things and are also so bad at such basic stuff. I mean, completely ignoring any of the ethics side of things. Like imagine that we were working on a 6v6 MOBA shooter. And a concept artist said, Sean, what do you think of this concept? And they had 7 arms. And I said, it's too many arms. We need to go down to 2. I can have that conversation with a concept artist. With Midjourney, it's like, here's a completely different fucking image. Oh my god. It's fucking so bad. So bad. But I think that there's effectively zero doubt in anyone's mind that it's just gonna continue to progress and be a more central piece to tools going forward. But I mean, I do view all these things as tools right now. They're tools. They're tools. When Photoshop came out, it didn't suddenly make everyone a great artist. If you put Photoshop in my hands, you will get some dog shit, garbage ass art because it's a tool and I'm not an artist. Hmm. Marky Ochoa. Oh, Marky Ochoa. Oh my God. Oh, it's so good to see you, Marky. Welcome back. Well, you're always chat one in my heart, baby. So what's your favorite unsolved math slash CS problem? Also love you. Mwah. Love you too, my friend. What is my favorite unsolved problem? Well, as you know, I am an enormous fan of the formerly unsolved and now solved Fermat's Last Theorem, with the amazing book by Simon Singh cataloging Andrew Wiles' journey to solving Fermat's Last Theorem. One of my favorite books of all time, and my favorite story of all time, probably. But I think what are some unsolved math problems? P and NP, like I just don't care that much about. I just don't care that much about. Oh, I'm sorry. That's exactly what it is. It's the Riemann hypothesis. Riemann hypothesis, 100%, 100% the Riemann hypothesis. Because I think prime numbers are really beautiful and interesting. Um, oh yeah, the 3n plus one problem. I just don't think it's that interesting to me. But like Riemann hypothesis, the fact that there's this weird continuous function, the fact that the Riemann zeta function has this mysterious set of solutions that all seem to be living right on specific. How do I say this for people that don't actually know it? The Riemann zeta function. Fuck, how do I even describe? I am going to literally sound like the kid who's explaining Pokemon to his parents who don't give a shit about Pokemon. How do I even describe it? Hmm. Hmm. How the hell do I describe this? How do I even describe to people who aren't mathy people? It's a cool function. Okay, so I'm going to get pretty abstract with this, but I think it's cleaner. So like there's a lot of things in math. So math is my background. I love math. Math is awesome. So I studied in college. Fuck, I love math so much. I love it so much, man. Um, and a lot of times when people are working on unsolved math problems, they don't actually have a clear use. But if you just take numbers and functions and variables and start putting them together and just start seeing patterns and identifying things, suddenly other fields can go, oh, wait, shit, that pattern holds true for that collection of numbers and variables and equations. Oh, we can use that in a really helpful way. So, for instance, understanding how, sine waves and cosine waves function and what happens when you add them together and what occurs. As it turns out, a whole bunch of studying about this sort of stuff is insanely instrumental for transmitting signals. Like you are seeing me thanks to amazing work that has been done just by studying sines and cosines and just like when do they hit zero? What happens if I add them together? When do they not? Huh. So the Riemann zeta hypothesis, um, there's this weird ass function called the Riemann zeta function. And it doesn't matter what it does. And you know what? No one even cares what it does, for that matter. It's this weird function where someone was trying to study a certain property of it, called the zeros of it. Um, and weirdly, as they were studying this weird, wacky ass function, all the prime numbers kept showing up. And that's weird. That's like really weird. Like, you know how pi is a number that shows up when we talk about circles? And if you have a sphere that feels kind of circly, like pi shows up there, it would be really weird if, for some reason, when you were trying to build a really good base in Factorio, the number pi was a really important. Like, that's weird. Why is pi showing up here? So, like, the Riemann zeta function is this, like, weird, insane, seeming bridge between this weird thing over here and prime numbers. And let me tell you, mathematicians love prime numbers so much. We're obsessed with prime numbers. Holy fuck, we love. I can't get enough of these primes, man. And so, whenever there's a weird unsolved problem like this that lingers for a really long time, where people are trying different things, they're not working, there's this other weird thing that math people do where they go, well, if it is true, what else happens? Hey, if it's false, what happens? And a lot of times, this is done in order to be an angle for a proof. Like, assume it's false. Do some algebra, do some algebra, do some algebra. Oh, I get that 3 equals 2. Well, we know that 3 doesn't equal true. And we can see all my steps were logical. So if that holds, then it means that the thing that had to have been incorrect was my initial assumption. Therefore, I can prove something about it. So, like, I think there's like books written about all the shit that is automatically true if the Riemann hypothesis is true, and also all the things that are automatically true if the Riemann hypothesis is false. So it's just cool. It's just cool to read about because it feels like this boundary of problem solving and mythology. It's like no one really knows. Kind of says, what's the optimal prime? 2. 2's the good one. Yeah. Have you seen the new Heroes game in the works? Olden Era? No. No, I haven't. Haven't at all. Niliosa says, hi, Sean. I don't have a question. I just love you, big dog. Oh, thanks, fellow big dog. It's good to be in the presence as 2 dogs. Howdy. MRW 423 says, what is the equation I need to follow to get my high school sweetheart to come back to me? Is that a real question? I should say, is that a fake question with a real bit of information? Dr. Anger says, any interesting StarCraft news lately? Yes, I have some key news. Protoss, due to the fact that they have been overperforming, are getting another nerf. Mm-hmm. He'll take the smirk. I'll smirk. You can just say, Sean, smirk, and I'll be like... Pseudo v Vudo. Or I should say Pseudo Wudo says, hi, Sean, I was a Zerg Brood War player, but now I'm a Protoss Brood War player. You disappointed in me? Nah, Protoss is the manliest race in Brood War. That's for sure. That is for sure. You just smash in. Meeper 9000 says, I don't know how much you've traveled, but is there a cuisine you think has not been authentically or thoroughly imported into the U.S.? What? Meeper, have you heard of the Midwest? No cuisine has been authentically or thoroughly imported there. We just put more mayonnaise on it. Can we fry it? I mean, there's no, like, have you been to a Mexican restaurant in the Midwest? Literally, it's just, they just take iceberg lettuce and they, like, because here's the thing, like, actual corn tortillas are, like, small. They're, like, really tiny. In the Midwest, you get a flour tortilla that is larger than the plate that they are serving it on. and then you just go some iceberg lettuce. If you go to just like a chain grocery store and there's shredded cheese, that's what's there. They take a hamburger, and I think the chef just grabs a hamburger and squeezes the life out of it the same way that that guy tore the heart out of the person being sacrificed in Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom. You know, he's like, Kalima Shakti De, and he like rips the heart out, and he's like, ha ha ha, and it catches on fire, and he fucking squeezes it. That's what they do to the hamburger meat, and then they just sprinkle it right into the whitest white flour tortilla on the cabbage, on the cheese, and then they go, do you want any tapatio? I don't even think they have tapatio in the Midwest. There's tapatio in LA. Fuck. What hot sauce do they have? I think they just put Frank's hot sauce in there. They did the same stuff that they use for fried chicken. They jam it in there. I think it might be Cholula. Yeah, no, it's Cholula. Thank you. Thank you, Joe Monkey. Like, if you go to the Midwest, everything is about 5 shades whiter than it should be. And I'm talking about food, by the way. Like, if you get white bread, it's like a little too white. Like, it glows. It's so white. Okay? If you want to get... God, I'm trying to think of some other things. Like, if you just get like a cheeseburger, the bun, it's like, it's pale. The cheddar cheese is pale. The meat, burned to a crisp. Okay? Absolutely well done all the way through. The outside looks the same as the inside. And like, do they do other cuisines well? No. In fact, if you go to like a sushi place, everything is a California roll, which is imitation crab, or a Philadelphia roll, which is effectively cream cheese wrapped in rice. It's amazing. And they just serve it with kikkoman. They don't even have wasabi. It doesn't matter because you're gonna down it with a Pepsi anyways. Like, yeah, no, I mean, it's actually kind of crazy to be in LA because I think LA has just amazing, 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 amazing food. It's amazing food. And the Mexican food in particular is insane. I want to go get some al pastor tacos right now. This is so good. And then I remember going back to Kansas City. And I mean it's just that same shredded cheese and iceberg lettuce, fucking everything everywhere, man. Yeah, Mexican is really good in LA. Oh yeah. Oh my god, I love food so much. We're having tuna rice rolls tonight. Really good. Homemade. Mmm. The spice tuna in there. Mmm. With a bowl of ketchup. Because I'm from Kansas. Oh, yeah. Big McLarge Huge, welcome back. Says Kansas City barbecue is excellent. And we have a Palestinian place that has amazing food and baklava. Yeah, no, Kansas City actually has some incredibly good spots. Incredibly good spots. Oh, Z's Curse says, oh, Day 9, what is the best pizza? Z Sakura. I have recently uncovered the idea of a medium pizza, extra thick. Okay? This is where we need to stop. A lot of places just have the dough pre-cut, and they just take the dough out and they flatten it a little bit. If you get an extra large, they flatten it a lot. If you get a medium, they flatten it a little bit. But there's this place nearby our house where you can get an extra thick pizza, and they actually just put on like 25% more dough. So it's thick, still bake at the same amount of time, but it's softer. It's a softer dough. It's chewy. Then put this spicy marinara sauce on there. I don't like too much marinara, but they put on a lot, and I just get light cheese. I don't want too much cheese because sometimes you can get a pizza where the cheese, it literally is like a bathysphere filled with cheese, where it's like the crust is just merely the pie crust for an absolute ocean of cheese in there. I don't like that. I want to be able to have a little bit of cheesy flavor, but I love that spicy marinara with the extra thick, chewy bread. And on top of this, because they got a really hot oven in there, and it sears the pepperoni or the sausage that you get on the top with mushrooms. So it is an extra thick, spicy marinara with a little bit of cheese and singed pepperoni mushroom on the top. Mm. Oh, it's so good. That's my favorite. Market Show says Pizza Hut pepperoni pan is a guilty pleasure because it hits that Friday pizza party in elementary nostalgic. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Oh, yes, these Chris have to say in the SF Bay area, there's basically no good pizza. That's true. You can go to San Jose. You can go all up the West Coast to downtown San Francisco. You can go to Oakland. All the pizza's terrible. It's all bad. There is never any good pizza in the entire Bay Area. Like, I mean, we're talking like an enormous population that has no idea what they're missing out on. Like, they have Domino's, which tastes good going in, feels bad going out. What's good to eat in the Bay Area? Nothing. The Bay Area just doesn't really have that good of food. It has good, like, super high-end foodie stuff, but it just doesn't have, like, LA has just, oh yeah, here's a hole-in-the-wall, delicious Thai place. Here's another incredibly good, taco truck that just shows up on Friday and Saturdays here. The Ethiopian food that's good in the Bay is Walia, Ethiopian cuisine in San Jose, and then Ensaro in Oakland. That's the good stuff. I'm so hungry. God, I want to eat real bad. We need it. Someone asked me something not about food. Oh yeah, Riva Cucina in Oakland is also incredibly good Italian. They have this super cheesy passatelli and this thick syrupy cherry brandy for dessert. Oh my god. I would go there and I would get passatelli, and when I finished it I would order passatelli, and then I would get like a big, they serve it in this huge bowl for the cherry brandy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why? I need to go to Riva Cucina. Oh my god. Someone quickly ask me anything else. We need to get out of here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is great. Flibberty Gibbs says, do you watch any Hallmark Christmas movies? Flibberty. Flibberty, let me tell you. Over the course of 5 days, we watched whatever the fuck that Lindsay Lohan Christmas thing was, where she's like unbelievably ridiculously wealthy and like skis off a mountain and like gets brain damage and forgets who she is. That's really good. Enjoyed the shit out of that one. What's that called? It's called like A Christmas with You or some like unbelievably generic one. Watch Hot Frosty. That's on Netflix. It's excellent. Love Hot Frosty. Also, I recommend The Merry Gentleman, which is, I don't want you to think that it's the 2009 thriller about an assassin who's having a really hard time. This is the one about a male strip club gets opened to save her parents' bar. That one's really good. Christmas with You, starring Amy Garcia and Freddie Prinze Jr. was fucking killer. Loved that. Yeah, we watched all this shit. There's this movie. Okay, so it's called like Holidays in the Vineyards, I think. And it's a completely different movie than the one it's based on that has the same lead actor that's also about holidays in the vineyards. That's really great. Also, Princess Switch is fucking fucked up. It's fucking fucked. It's a fucked up movie. You should all watch The Princess Switch. It's really good. With Vanessa Hudgens and her best friend who's manipulated in that one. It's really good. Yeah, no, I love that shit. Have you watched the Vanessa Hudgens cinematic universe? No, I haven't seen it. But the thing is, I watch enough of those like holiday movies that like I know about the countries of Belgravia and Aldovia. Oh man, probable lux is how do you stop or quit a project? What goes through your mind? Uh, when you decide to stop working on a project and decide to prioritize something else. I think most of my approach to like any project stuff is I like to have a lot of tongs in the fire, a lot of popcorn kernels on the pan. I like to just have multiple things happening. So, what I tend not to do, for instance, is work a 9 to 5, not have a project, and then go, I want one project. And then work on that for some amount of time, and then go, should I keep doing this project or should I not do this project? For me, I'm the sort of person who's just like doing 3 or 4 things at once. And when I'm getting less interested in this, I just do this. And then what I find is that the projects kind of select themselves out, if that makes sense. Like I remember there was a period of time where I was working on a just a little fun platformer prototype, and I was enjoying it until I was just like, I don't really want to fucking do this. But it wasn't like I rejected it. It's like I just kept getting more interested in other things and kept doing the other things. And then at some point, I'm like, man, I haven't really worked on that in like 2 months. Do I want to keep working on it? Not really. I'd rather do this other thing. And I find I would rather do this than that. That I can wrap my head around. But like starting or stopping a project, knowing when the project is has run its course, I just tend not to really think that way because it hasn't really been has brought me no pleasure. Dude, it's crazy. I can take this green screen down tonight. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? It's not crazy. That's what I think. Is there a project you're working on, Probable Luck? If you want, we can nix it together. We can absolutely put that project out to pasture. Dark Syndicate, excuse me, Dark Syndicite says, "Have you watched Pantheon from AMC? I've never even heard of that. Do I want to watch a bunch of TV over break? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know if I want to have more TV on my menu right now. Is it a staycation? Oh yeah. Broncos, any TV show recommendations for over break? If you go to the start of this AMA, Serial GGS right at the outside, it was great. Sturm says, with large projects with hundreds of people, how would you recommend a company keeps its production pipelines unfucked? Dude, I mean, depends on your level of agency. Because, I mean, if you're at like a huge company and you are somewhere in the slosh, in the slurry of chaos, and everything seems fucked, I mean, does it really matter? It's not your business. Man, who fucking gives a shit? So it's fucked. Everything's fucked. Everything's constantly going wrong everywhere. I'm pretty comfortable with a lot of chaos and a lot of things just really not going well. Um, like now, if you want to really like an actual statement about this, like I think there is bad process that people replace with fake process to make themselves feel like they solved the bad process. Things like, oh, do we actually have documentation for the proper way to do code reviews and pull requests and have various gates that we pass our work through and all this stuff? And it's like, 3 people work on this. You don't need a fucking process. You don't. You don't need these. Don't worry, guys. We want to make sure that we're going to go through our weekly sprint. Weekly sprint? There's 3 of you. Just talk to each other. And so I think that to unfuck would require someone with an extraordinary amount of expertise who really knows what the fuck they're doing, who's just trying to answer the actual questions of what does our process need? What does it actually literally need? And it should be pretty dynamic. The shit's changing unless you're doing something that's very cookie cutter again and again and again and again. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I mean, and I think that like I don't know, it's way too easy to it's just way too easy to convince yourself that there should be a solution process. But I don't know, everything's chaos. Everything's always going fucking wrong. Like one of the best pieces of advice that like I've heard with respect to game play code is that people love this like, "Oh, don't write it twice. Write it once in like a nice little wrapper function that's extensible so then everything uses that function." My friend was like, "Don't fucking do that." My friend who has like 3 decades of experience. It's like, don't do it. Just like fucking write it and make it work. I'm like, well, shouldn't you? You don't want to like rewrite it multiple times. You should have a function. He's like, I mean, if you have it like 12 times, yeah, try to figure out a function. But if you do it twice, okay, you have it twice. Who fucking cares? Like, make it work quickly. Like, but what if there's an extensibility issue? He's like, then you fix it. And I have not tried to prematurely optimize in about 8 years, and I'm the fastest outputter I've ever done. Yeah, the rule of three. Yeah, he's even like, yeah, fuck the rule of three. Like, just like you are allowed to write a function that does it, but it's not a rule. Just like think. Just like your goal is to make a game. Your goal is to make something that is playable. So just make it playable and play it. Don't convince yourself to do all this fucking stupid. Because I literally witnessed him have the following conversation where someone's like, "Well, we want to write this, but we want to make sure that the code is performant." He's like, "All right, well, if you don't make it performant, what's the worst case scenario?" The guy says, "Oh, it could take this much time." My friend's like, "That doesn't sound like a lot of time. So write it in the simplest, quickest way and don't fucking optimize it because I just asked you if it mattered and you told me no." It's just like there's like this funny thing. It's like, oh, and the dude was like, "Dude, but like it's you're supposed to write code with performance in mind from the very get go, and it's very important. It's extensible." And he's like, "No, it isn't. What the fuck are you talking about? This is a prototype that you're writing in your free time. Like, what's important is that you're doing it." Like, no, it's I don't know, it just cracked me up. That's cracked me up. Dennis says, "How do you feel about object-oriented programming these days? I feel like a lot of game devs move away from it for a lot of reasons you're talking about." I think it's great. I love object-oriented programming. I think it's terrific. But let me explain. Object-oriented programming has lots of issues with scalability and performance, like a lot. And data-driven stacks are all the rage, and for good reason. But the reason I like object-oriented programming is that like I feel a little bit like someone who's just learning to cook. You might give them a recipe that has like 4 ingredients, and it's just about doing these 4 ingredients well. And then we're going to do a different recipe, and it's going to have 4 ingredients. It's a metaphor for Poppy. Um, yes, these might not be as good as the more sophisticated recipes, but if you're just learning to cook, it's great. Um, yeah, because I feel like it's so straightforward and clear when someone first sits down to just get it. So I think that it's very trendy to crap on object oriented programming, but I really like it for what it is. I really like it for what it is. Or Amy once says, "Do you think Uncle Bob's books actually help the market to have cleaner code?" I haven't read them, so I don't know. But I will give you my opinion on expertise. Eh? Okay. Oh, ow, goodness. Oh. Um, I think that there's what I'm going to call above the line thinking and below the line thinking. So here's the line. Let's say that there's some skill that goes from 0 to 10. There's certain rules of thumb and general best practices and things that will get you to like a 7 out of 10. So for StarCraft, the thing I know best, if we're using that as a comparison, it would be like never stop building workers. Make sure you never get supply blocked. Ensure all your production structures are always active. These are good rules of thumb. Uh, if you think you have an advantage, take a base. Right? These are good rules of thumb. And these kinds of things are what get you to a 7 out of 10. If you're at a 0 out of 10, it'll get you to a 7 out of 10. And if you're a 6 out of 10, it'll get you to a 7 out of 10. But if you're a 10 out of 10, it'll bring you right back down to a 7 out of 10. um, and if someone figures out some crazy, awesome new way of thinking that then percolates to everyone, that just changes again to everyone repeating the same sort of stuff again and again and again. And what I think is interesting is that if you are trying to go above the basic heuristics and rules of thumb, you're trying to go somewhere up here, you're trying to go from a 7 to an 8 or a 9 or a 10 of expertise in something. In terms of communication, you'll have lots of people going, no, don't do this thing that I'm unfamiliar with. Do the line, do the 7 out of 10 stuff. They don't perceive themselves as doing the 7 out of 10 stuff. They're just, it's almost irrefutably solid. So we should do it, right? Dude, Unright, have a great evening, and thank you for the 10. Mwah. Was it 10 or was it 9? Oh my God, it was 10, Unright. Thank you warmly. Have a great rest of the evening. And so I'm sort of interested in life over time. I see this sort of divergence of people where there's people that actually like to do shit and make things and are interested in creating, and in many cases are interested in trying to excel and surpass the best rules of thumb and try to understand things in a richer, more deep way over here. And then there's people that just leave fucking comments. Okay? Shout out to Bobby for this one. Yeah, like there's people that just leave comments. And what I mean by this is there's this sort of social aspect to it. It's just kind of fun to chat about. It's kind of fun to be like, oh, you do object-oriented programming? You should be doing data-driven design. That's the right way to engineer nowadays. Just people on forums fucking chatting with each other. They're just enjoying having a conversation. It's a social experience. They're not actually looking at how to get good at shit. They're just enjoying the debate and the discourse and the social aspect of it. It's fun. It's really fun for me to watch Survivor, which I'm going to do the second I get off this broadcast, and be like, oh, that's a big risk. I wouldn't have played that idle at this point in time. I'm being the person who's just saying shit, right? I'm just doing that. And so, like, I think that there's a more interesting question of, okay, ignoring all of the conversation shit, what are we trying to do? Literally, what are we trying to do? So, for instance, suppose I wake up on my first day of break and I go, ooh, I have an interesting idea for a game. I don't know if it'll be fun or not. Dude, Mr. Jack, have a great night, man. Thanks for stopping by. And amazing work on Battle Aces, by the way. But yes, so suppose I'm sitting down to like work on a little game idea. Do the variable names actually matter that much? No one else is ever going to read them. Don't really fucking matter. But they matter if they make me feel good and that I want to keep writing. And for the little reason why you have good variable names, so you just know what the heck you've written down. Does it really matter if I have copy pasted a bunch of stuff and the organization's really clunky? No, it literally does not matter because I'm trying to just make something interactive that's fun. That's it. Like, that's what we're trying to do. And I mean, I've heard stories of shit like this where there's a website that, you know, there's like an e-commerce site that's getting a shitload of traffic, and they have like, you know, millions of dollars going through this website. And someone goes, oh my God, the way this code is written, oh, it's just embarrassing. And the owner goes, we do millions of dollars of transactions every day on this site. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't know. It's crazy. It's this kind of crazy thing to me when someone's like, oh, the MCU, what they've done, it's really embarrassing, and I don't think that they're successful films. And I'm like, this is back when it was like all the rage. It's like, well, really? They make over $1 billion on all of them. It's like, oh, but I heard that like they actually have all these ideas getting deleted in the screenwriting room. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what are we doing? So, I mean, from the perspective of actually trying to do something, there's this sort of academic purity, or, oh no, but I read that these are the right things to do. That, again, it's sort of social draw. All these are forces that I think are in the way of people actually asking, what's the goal? Like in the goal statement of this website, oh yes, the code is crappy and not extensible, and we literally are trying to solve unrelated problems to that we are doing so very successfully. Yeah. Yeah. Mandarin tanks. This is why I always keep my business monocle in my chest pocket. Bear Grandis is such a vibe. Listen to your QA, or Q&A while cooking day 9. Love you. Glad we found you, and made me discover Lee Grainer, who's also an amazing person to follow and been an inspiration to me. Oh, it's so great. I'm thrilled that you follow us here, but I'm even more thrilled that you like Lee. I think Lee's incredible. Hell yeah. Dude, yeah, I gotta get on my monocle game. Jubinator, I don't have any plans to stream Wings of Liberty. Not anytime soon, at least. All right. 6 p.m. Is the AMA slowing down? Have you asked everything to your heart's desire? There's this kind of funny thing that happens where when I stop talking, all of a sudden Chester goes... And when I start talking, it has a tendency to slow down. It's kind of funny. Not a 4-year-old says, what do you think makes a game design document good or bad? All game design documents are bad. All of them are fucking bad. They're all bad. I did it. It's the best thing ever. Yeah. I think so. Once upon a time, the design document. I'm actually going to stand up. I'm going to stand up, everyone. We're going to stand up for conversations about this. You know what's going to happen? Reality's going to happen in 2, 1. I didn't time it well, did I? Where is it? Where's reality? There it is. Actually, can I? How do I stand? Oh, this looks horrible. Oh, this looks so bad. What if I do this? Ah, wait, hold on. What if I... Done. Nearly. Nice. Don't forget you're a tall man. I'm huge. I'm towering. Like, I can touch the ceiling right now. Woo! The immortal impression. Yeah, because I just do it down here. You can't even see it, man. Oh, my God. I need to stand on my chair, and I can't do that. It's a rolly chair. Oh. But yeah, I think game design documents are terrible. In the same way that I think if you want to be a gymnast and you say I've written a document about my what I'm going to do when I'm doing my floor exercises. I've written the best gym document of all time. It's like, okay, like, but are you going and actually training gymnastics? Like, no, no, I want to have a good document. I think that games are interactivity, period. And so if you are doing anything other than testing the interactivity and the gameplay itself, you're not doing anything that's particularly valuable. I'm pretty hardline about that. Like the best design document is a prototype. It's a playable thing. It might have terrible art, it might have things missing, but it's the interactive thing. Oh, and I saw Avex was here recently. Are you here, Avex? Or I mean, once is the sick burn. Well, there's this kind of thing that I call fake. What's nah? It's not exactly. There is certain work that sometimes needs to exist that is not anything that the customer gives a shit about. That sometimes is like fake work. And let me give an example of a design document that feels like face or fake work. I had a discussion with everyone at a meeting about a design, and the engineering team isn't going to get a chance to implement any of our shit for the next month. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a document to capture it. And if anyone says, "What did you do last month?" I'm going to say, "Well, look at all this documentation I've written about where the design's going to go." If a month passes and the engineering team says, "What literally do we build?" I'm going to write a spec document of the specific shit I want them to make. But that's not really a design document. That's like engineer this. And those kinds of documents are great because it's a centralized thing. If anyone wants to know what's getting worked on, we can go to the spec document. We can see it. So yeah, that's and this is kind of where I was starting to use the term fake work. This one. Oh, Tomacratus says, "How do you feel slash what's your take on the choices for Game of the Year, specifically about a remake and DLC being options?" Okay, I love award ceremonies that are or awards that have an openly editorial bent to them. Like I love that. For instance, if like I this is why I like a lot of the stuff that PC Gamer does, where PC Gamer will just have an opinion as the headline. Like, this game introduced this mechanic and I'm sick of it. And there's an article about how the person's sick of it. It's great. Or when they do their top 100 lists, they're like, we asked all of our people who work at PC Gamer to rate on these scales, and then we just tabulated what everyone's results are, and here's what happened. Like, that's totally fine. When an awards ceremony is trying to claim objectivity, that feels fucking bizarre to me. I don't know. It feels weird. Because I think that, like, for instance, my favorite game that I played this year was probably Animal Well. Probably. I really, really like Animal Well. That's probably my favorite new game that dropped. And if you say, hey, what about Factorio? I'd go, oh my God, the Factorio expansion's awesome. And that's probably, yeah, that's also probably one of my favorite things I streamed this year. And you said, okay, does it count as a new game? Does it count as a expansion? I would just be like, I don't know, I don't really care. I don't know. They're both fucking awesome. I mean, yeah, I guess it's DLC, but there you go. Um, but Tom Crest says, to be fair, I feel like remake or DLC could be their own categories. Yeah, I mean, they could be if someone wants to create a best DLC category, or if they just said the best thing that dropped this year and then include remakes DLCs. That's totally fine. But like, I don't really. I don't really watch awards ceremonies. I've never watched the video game awards, for instance. And by the way, I'm stating my own personal opinion. I sort of this weird reaction to awards because like if I got an award, someone's like Sean, you won Streamer of the Year. I okay, I would feel fine. Um, but I do think that recognition is and feels based recognition is awesome. I think that that is a really good and important thing. I think that it is interesting to say something like, let's look at the five best or the games that I think have the top five art direction this year. I think that's great. Rainbow says, "You're my streamer of the year, Day Nine." I don't care. Don't feel anything. I'm teasing Rainbow. I'm always happy to have you stop by. But yeah, no, I mean, I think that recognition is nice, irrespective of player base or revenue. Appreciating the artistry and that sort of things. Oh yeah, my favorite boss in Elden Ring period is the ancestor spirit because it was just so moving and beautiful and haunting and sorrowful. It was great. It was absolutely excellent. Yeah, and I will say I think Shadow of the Erd Tree I like substantially less than Elden Ring, although I think they're both excellent. I mean, Elden Ring's a 10 out of 10 for me. Shadow of the Erd Tree thus far, I would give an 8 out of 10 probably for me. It's very empty, which hurts my brain because I feel like the first game trained the shit out of me to go look in every nook and cranny and kept giving me copious rewards. But yeah, no, I haven't finished the DLC yet. I'd like to. Like, I think that, yeah, Fiona, all the fucking time. You kidding me? First time I played Dark Souls, 100%. Quit StarCraft all the time. I get Baba is you. I put down because I got a headache. But man, I got to be honest. I love how many people are asking me about Path of Exile today. It's so good. Peregrine says, how are the tough times in the industry affecting people in California? Are your people mostly okay? I'm not a particularly good person to ask about the industry in California because I just don't have good visibility into it. I mean, I sit at home almost all day, all the time. Um, so I mean, I don't really know. Like I have a very narrow social experience, and I mean, also part of the reason why I instantly don't wind up doing that. Why I don't wind up just like socializing with a lot of people in the space or like keeping up with a lot of news around is that in a lot of ways it does not feel there are many ways in which it does not really feel that it applies to me or what I'm doing. And I don't mean that in any sort of way more than a very functional, basic way. And let me give an example. Suppose that I said to myself, I am going to prototype a game all by myself. Okay, well, how am I going to pay the bills? Oh, I'm going to just stream, and streaming will pay the bills, and then I'll work on the game. If the games industry is doing amazing or doing terrible, um, I'm just doing my own thing. And there you go. And I think that, like, for a lot of my peers, now that I am thinking more about some of my friends that I've talked to, for a lot of them, I work at the studio. That studio just closed down. That studio just closed down. Hey, is our studio going to close down? No? Okay, back to work. So, I mean, I think that for many individuals, it affects you very vigorously and painfully in a spiky way. Even though, like, the games industry, like, there's more studio closures. Like, what, like Ubisoft just announced they're, like, shutting down what is it, San Francisco and Tokyo or something. I saw that they're also turning off X Defiant to get Ubisoft. I hope Ubisoft does okay, man. I really do. Man. Um, and Sydney? Oh my god, Archamath. Gosh damn. Gosh damn. Kitty for Cats comfort movie that you watch at least once a year that you go back to when you feel a little low. Currently, there's three movies that are the regulars. Um, The Matrix, Aliens, and recently Looper. Yeah, Starship Troopers I always put on. That one's good. John Wick movies, put those on. Wrathwort says, I've been laid off by Microsoft 3 times because they bought 3 different places I worked at and shut them down. That's fucking awesome. Wait, hold on. That's the best story I've ever heard, man. When you got bought again and walked into the office, did they say welcome back? That's fucking incredible. Oh my god, can I buy your company and then lay you off? I want to participate somehow. I mean, I should probably have more empathy, but like that's just way too interestingly hilarious. Like you have to be. That's the fucking cool. You're actually cooler than anyone in this chat, including me. Like that's the awesomest thing ever. Where do you work now? Are you in touch with Microsoft? That's amazing. Also, we bought this company. It's really hard to decide who to lay off, except for this one. Oh my god, that's incredible. Wow, that's fantastic. Wrathworth says, "I'm retired now. Sorry." Oh fuck. Damn. That's awesome. Wait a minute. I said, oh, fuck, because I couldn't hire you and then fire you. I'm not sorry. I wouldn't hire you. I would acquire you and then I'd fire you. But man, you retired off that? That's incredible. Like, what percentage of your net worth was severance? Like, that's what I want to know. Because if it's like even 5%, that's fucking amazing. Like, you can say shit like, if it weren't for the fact that I was laid off 3 times, we couldn't go to Cabo. Like, I love, this is the best story ever. Oh, dude, Zamini, thank you for the gifty fives. Mwah. Oh my God, Zamini, happy Thursday, my dude. Kitty for Cats says, hire me. I need a job ASAP. Well, we can't give you a job, but I can lay you off. That's what we can do. Uh, Link to the past for sure, Straight Eater. It was 2 years of free income total. God damn, Rathor, that's crazy. 2 years of free income, that's fucking awesome. You can retire 2 years earlier because of how much you were laid off. My God, how do we become you? That's the most incredible success story of all time. Get on Hallmark. Make a movie out of it. I love that. Wow. Borg Leader, thank you for the well-branded 9 gifted Subaronis, Borg Leader. Happy Thursday. How are you? Final stream of the year. Yeah, sorry everyone. We're not hiring and firing. We only acquire and fire. That's what you do when you're a Silicon Valley magnate. Fussy Corey says severance taxes suck though. I mean, no, that's my favorite kind of taxation. I love being taxed. Taxation is like my favorite thing. Oh, it's so good. Both explicitly and implicitly. Like, I love that. Like, right now, I'm paying a shoes tax because I got these shoes like 9 months ago. And when I put them on, I was like, these feel great. And 3 months later, they just are shredded. And like every time I step, if there's water on the ground, my socks are wet. I love it. I'm paying the shoe tax right now, baby. Oh, yes. Yeah, Lost in Line. My goals for next year are to finish the Elden Ring DLC and to finish Baldur's Gate 3. Dude, I want to get old Nutvy out again, man. Oh, it's so good. All right. With the new patch 8 subclass, I don't even know what that means. Chris Pix is very good visit your brother in South Korea. Not since the pandemic, but I had before. Immortal Zombie says New Year's resolutions for 2024. The same as every year. I want to start cooking and losing weight. That's all. That's all it ever is. That's it. Every year's the same. SoftX is why it's so dark in here. It is. It is quite dark. If you want, I can just put a blindingly bright MS Paint screen up here. Oh yeah, Ramian one. I'm well aware of the Hearthstone set. I'm like super excited. Ooh, Rendezvous 11 says, what are your favorite openings in Brood War for Zerg against each matchup? Favorite opening in each matchup? Hmm. I mean, Zerg vs. Zerg, probably 9 pool speed. Although I tend to go for over pool speed more successfully. But I really like 9 pool speed. ZVT. I mean, I really like the Soul Key style 3 hatch Ling Muta. But in the mid game, you know, instead of trying to rush to lurkers too quickly, just flooding with like 16 to 20 mutas and zerglings, just that sort of big layer tech I really like. Um, Zerver's Protoss, I've always been partial to like 4 hatch before layer in some way. In some way. Um, Yeah, because I appreciate the idea of rushing to layer to get Scourge in time to deal with Corsairs, but I mean just like I don't know, the last especially 6 years of ZVP, just getting a bunch of hatcheries, like getting to 6 hatcheries as quickly as you can, I think is just the way to play the matchup, period. And then Protoss is on the back foot again. Gotta say UFO 50 is game of the year. What's UFO 50? I've heard people talk about this a lot. Talon Dragon says, long time ago you explained how to not splash at a urinal as a tall dude. My office now has the worst urinals ever. Could you please re-explain? I don't know, man. I should piss all over myself. Oh my god. It's time to go, and I just stand there with all my clothes on, and I just get hot and wet right there in the bathroom. Um, but yeah, no. The tip is okay. So if this is the wall, okay, you put your arm against the wall like this, and then you rest your head on your arm, and this hand just goes on your hip. So you just do like that, and you just, and wherever it goes, that's where it goes. I mean, that's it. Like that's the thing. This can't be it. No, I'm not. I'm not fucking around at all. Like that's how to do it. Don Duran says, "Thank you. Can't wait to try it out next week." Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, I have to do like one of these weird, like fucking sumo squat poses where I'm trying to deal with the urinal like it's a bowl or something. Like, no, you just and it feels really good to just have your head rested. You're sort of supporting your body with the wall. You got one hand on the hip. It's really great. Mizumizo says my wife thinks urinals are medieval. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, yeah, yeah. I want a stall where it goes from the bottom all the way to the top, so I can just get a moment. I mean, really, like all every men's restroom is just it looks like a play like it is literally so close to just being a place for hog feed. The only difference between like a barn where hogs hork down their food and a public restroom for men, the only difference is the lack of hog feed. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. All right. Yeah. Zombie. It's like there's been bars with urinals or a massive trough. Yeah. 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 For those of you that don't know this, I don't know if this is an American thing or whether this is this way all over the world, but like, so a lot of times you go into a restroom. All right, here's the wall. All right, so here's the door where you enter in. Here's sinks over here, sinks. Like, there are places that just have urinals next to each other like this. No barrier between them, no sort of civilized, thing coming off here. And like in here, oh look, it's a little urinal peeking. No, none of that. It's just urinals right there. But you will maybe 2-3 times a year go into a place that literally is it's just one huge thing. Imagine like the longest bathtub, and there's like a drain there, and you all just go directly into the trough. I'm not going to draw where these yellow lines are coming from because that would violate the Twitch terms of service. It's all I mean, it's just like a big bathtub. Now the thing is that like I'm actually curious. I'm gonna do a live poll. I want show of hands of who's used these before. Yeah, seen them both places. Yeah, no, they're common. They're common in America. And they catch you off guard too. You get a nice bar, you go in there, it's trough. Ah, go to Dodger Stadium, go to these restrooms, it's trough. Ah, catches you off guard. Physics building at UBC has one of those. Yeah, like it doesn't. That means it says it usually correlates with fantastic live music. Uh huh. Yeah. Yeah, like stadiums, they're really, really common. But like, go to a bar, go to a music show, it's just scary. Oh, I'm at a trough place. Oh, look, I'm at a trough place. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take 5 more juicy questions, and then I'm gonna go eat tuna rice rolls. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna take this one, Z Sakura. The answer is that literally I want to be pampered more. I've just realized how unpampered I am as a human. Oh man, let's see here. I want to see. I want to see. We're looking at this. We're looking at this. Bird 29 says, Sean, what's your 28th favorite bird? Oh my god. This this is the best combination username in question we've had on the show. Look at this. Bird 29. He's like, Sean, what's your 28th favorite bird? Are you working your way up the chain? Are you trying to find what's stopping you from being in the top 28? You're already a top 30 bird. I don't know if I want to tell you about this bird. I don't know, man. Indignant Puffin says, "Hope it's me." Actually, there it is. There's Indignant Puffin. This is my 28th favorite bird right here. Oh my god. Hope it's me. There it is. Bird 29 is just trying to get promoted. I knew it. I've been watching the Penguin. I can see you trying to get from the bottom to the top. Hmm. Oh, Average Game Guy says, is there a life lesson you learned from this last year's experience? What would be the biggest piece of advice for us here in chat? Ooh, Average Game Guy asking an above average game guy question. Uh, Ooh, lesson that you learned. How do I say this without doxing myself? This is less something that I learned and more something that I leaned into. So, okay, okay, okay. Here's how I'm going to answer this. Let's begin with the following statement, okay? What is the number one characteristic that causes two people to get together and start dating? It's the number one characteristic. What is it? What's the number one? What is it? And I've done this in the chat. There it is, Grumbler. This is love, proximity, drugs, smell, someone asking, Riz, food, bonability. Okay. The statistical answer is proximity. Yeah, Grumbler. Getting it in one. Look at that. It's proximity. It's that you are close enough to be able to meet. And and it's very easy to go, oh, well, yeah, no, sure, but like it's also about physical attraction. It's also about having personalities that are compatible, you know. But I'm gonna set that aside. It's gonna be proximity. Okay. All right. Okay. What is the number one characteristic that successful authors have for their books to be successful? What's the number one? This term. Slack just says proximity. Okay. Fuck. Yeah, Grumbler. Oh my god, Grumbler's killing it, right? They write. They write a lot. Where are you, Grumbler? Hold on, like for some reason it keeps changing colors on me. There it is. The Grumbler. They write. Yeah, like and specifically, it's that you're sitting down writing a fucking lot. Okay? And I heard this other joke. It's a pseudo joke, but I feel like it's the same thing. If you want to get money for your game studio, it's the number one quality, it's the number one characteristic that causes that to happen. It's not proximity. It's asking. It's that you ask. It's that you ask for it. I'm going to use these three different examples. Writing about proximity. This is the best chat ever. So if I go back to the each of these examples, it's very easy to be like, oh, to get your game, published. If you want to reach out to a publisher to talk to them, what you really got to do is you have to make sure that you have this in your pitch and that in your pitch and these things, and here's the trends to say. Oh, you want to be a successful author? Well, this genre is really popping off right now, and this is how you make a good character and all these sorts of things. Or like, oh, it didn't work out. Well, you can work on yourself, or maybe, next time you go on a date, you can learn to be more interesting in there. It's so, I think, easy to misunderstand what problem you're actually trying to solve if you want to succeed at something. And I'm going to start with the book writing one first. Okay, all successful authors write a lot. So, how do you sit down and write a lot? That's actually a hard question to answer. There's actually a lot of complexity there. Man, I wrote a page and then I just suddenly was like, I can't write anymore because I couldn't figure out a thing to make good. It's like, no, just how do you push through and push past that feeling and keep writing? How do you keep writing? How do you keep writing? Just keep writing. Keep writing. Or oh, I went out on a date and it didn't work out. Okay, well, if you want to, go on another date, how do you meet more people? How do you go to a location where you can meet people? How do you continue to put yourself in situations where you're literally in proximity to people? And I mean, I think that like this is, and of course I'm thinking about the game thing because there's someone that I was speaking to recently who like just wanted to keep working on their game and not ask anyone for money. And I was just like, okay, no, that makes total sense. You know, I completely appreciate the fact that if you don't think your game is going to be good and you don't want to ask for funding, or speak to a publisher or whatever, or Kickstart, I can understand you want to have more time in the oven. And they were like, no, I think the game is like good enough right now, but I just want to make sure that it's really good shape. And um, their plan was to like ask one person once. That was it. They're like, I realize I have one shot at this, and it's like, dude, just like ask 100 people. You only need one of the 100 to say yes, you know. And I'm really interested in this idea of like, what is the actual problem that you're trying to solve? What is the actual thing that you are trying to do? And like what, and but like what's the primary thing that needs doing? Not these like secondary and tertiary things, but like what's the primary thing that you need to do? Because again, I think the book example is a really good one because it's a very individual thing. It doesn't require any other party. You just need to. Stanley says, "Oof, asking out women is a numbers game." I I think that's, I don't know if you're trying to make a joke or not, but I think that that's a misunderstanding of what I'm trying to communicate. If there is someone who is putting themselves in a situation where they're literally not meeting people, you know, they're never going to get with someone. Or if it's someone who asked someone out and they said no, biding your time and trying to like become a better, you know, match for them, maybe if I can just convince them enough, like that's the wrong problem. And Bung says, please don't say this was referencing Slacker's funny joke. Oh. 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 There it is. There it is. Oh. Okay. Anyways. But, you know, like with the writing the book thing or the someone who wants to make a game thing, they're like, I have this idea and I want to think about the idea and I want it to make sense in my head before I make anything. It's like just start fucking making something. Just start coding, or if you want to write a book, just start writing. Like really that, and that's actually very difficult to do. Make no mistake, that's a hard problem to solve, and that is the problem that you need to solve. Because if you are able to write 10 pages a day on your book, it's fine if it's bad. You have a thing that you can now make better. But if you have the best ideas, but you write one sentence a day, you're never going to get anything out. I mean, literally, like the world does not care about correctness as much as it cares about action and doing of things. And so I've just been thinking about this a lot. Oh, yes, no, you say this is. And I realized that super into the red pill stuff for a long time is very humanizing. Oh, yeah, no, that stuff's weird, where it's just like you're trying, it's like trying to. It's about this sort of inhuman optimization stuff where it's just like the primary goal of dating is sex. Here's a way to get laid as much as possible. And it's just like, it's just goofy. Shirshin says, it's an interesting point that I generally agree, but I find it a bit hard to apply. Actually, this is actually a great follow up. Given that example as someone who would like to make a games, but at the same time need to keep working at regular job, how would you approach it? Great. So, what's the primary problem that you're facing? The primary problem is how do you carve out time to actually meaningfully work on a game? I would describe that that is the actual problem that you're facing. Just literally, how do you carve out the hours? And notice that I didn't talk about the right engine to choose, the right design, the kind of problem to do. Literally, if you have a full-time job or like kids, you're so crunched on time. So literally, where do you carve the time out? And if you say, all right, well, I think I can do 3 hours on Wednesday night and 3 hours on Sunday morning. Okay, like try to stick to it for a month. Like screw what the game is. Screw if you're writing a document or if you are making a board game or if you're coding or if you're watching tutorials. Can you carve out the time? That's it. Um, and again, I think that like what I mean by focusing on that as the primary problem is that that's literally what is getting in the way is the time. If you have a job and you're tired and you're distracted and all these things, it's one of those things that I have seen people misunderstand and they go, so um, how do I? What's the right kind of game if I'm very busy? Or what's the easiest engine to learn? And let me learn that. I mean, and these things are great second steps. What I want to highlight is that, to be a successful author, it's false that the only thing you need to do is write a lot. Or if you want to get into a healthy relationship, the only thing you need to do is meet people. Like I'm just saying it's the first step. It's the first real problem that you need to identify and overcome. If you are lonely and you feel like you haven't met anyone, then you need to put yourself in a place where you can meet people. First step. But what if I'm awkward and nervous and all these things? It's like, okay, let's do those second. Go to a place where you meet people. Go. It's very easy to trick yourself into doing the inverse. Well, I need to be good enough before I'm allowed to do blah. So Shiroshin, it's like, oh, well, I need to make sure that I'm choosing the right engine before I start carving out the time. I need to make sure that I understand what the right game is before I start carving out the time. No. The primary thing, the literal thing that you need to do is almost always volume in hours or output. So just focus on that aggressively. And I mean, Shiroshin, part of the reason why I'm describing this as something that I leaned into this year, I even leaned into it in smaller ways. Like just in terms of like, when I want to have a snack, but instead I would make tea. Just the idea of like, okay, why do I snack? Like in a very simple sense, like just looking at this really basic thing, because like, oh, I snack too much. I want to. So there's like all these. How do I make this more clear? My brain is wanting to use other examples, and I'm trying to rein my brain in. Okay, yeah, like so yeah, one with food. Like the actual problem of like gaining weight is that I just have too many calories. And like the actual problem that I was encountering, like the actual one, is that I didn't have a simple lunch. As one example, a simple lunch that I can just eat every day that is not too many calories. I mean, it's not that, oh, I don't know how to do healthy cooking. I don't know how to do all this cuisine, or like this balanced diet stuff, or how does it fit into my overall health plan or any of this stuff. I just said, like, dude, I keep walking and getting a really delicious, unhealthy sandwich for lunch every day. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to swap it for an incredibly simple lentil wrap done. That's all I did. Um, and it's funny because now, like, I mean, I haven't been doing that for a few weeks. I actually went and got Taco Bell for lunch the other day, and it was incredible. Uh, but I don't know. It's kind of funny this idea of like, what's the really simple but very hard first problem? Um, So yeah, average game guy, great question. Love to see it. I'm ready. I'm ready for question two. Yeah, see, motions is more protein, less carbs, lift weight for 3 hours a week. It's actually so funny to use some of the basic things of like weight loss as like an example, where it's like, dude, the reason why I put on weight is literally not a mystery at all. None. There's no lack of clarity for me at all. Yeah, I just fucking I would, that medium pizza I was talking about, the extra thick one with the spicy marinara, and they got the mozzarella on that shit, and got some little singe. Yeah, I really like to eat the whole pizza in one setting. Ooh, snugly say this is a deep one. I like this. I fear that I'm looking more for the idea of a relationship rather than the reality of dealing with another human being. Any input on that? Well, I'm curious what you mean by dealing with another human being. I'm very curious about this. We're going to come back to this because I suppose I have thoughts on that. But this is that part in Starship Troopers where I would like to know more. I would like to know more. And I have some thoughts that are outside of relationships specifically, but hold true for romantic relationships. I think that something that I personally dealt with a lot is this idea of I can become the thing that you want. Isn't that awesome? Oh, you're someone who likes watching sports? I could watch sports with you. I could get into sports. I could be your sporting man. And I mean, I'm saying that in a larger scale way, but this would happen like in 100 tiny ways a day. Um, there would be, someone would say a joke that I wouldn't find that funny, but I would laugh. And I could see that it was satisfying to them. Or if there was someone who was a quieter person and I would speak a little more quietly because I know that they didn't like, people being loud and yelling. And I could see that it made them happy. And it's just like this reinforcement of, oh, here's a new situation. What am I supposed to do? And I'm still actually really good at that. Like getting into a situation, being like, oh, what does this situation seem to demand? Oh, people are feeling a little awkward and a little uncomfortable. I can break through that no problem. I can be an absolute goof and make everyone feel comfy pretty quickly. Um, but what it caused for me is a sort of detachment of like, okay, but if there's someone there, if I could have that person do stuff for me, what do I want? What's the thing that works for me? And I mean, I didn't really know. I really did not actually have a good idea or good sense of that in the slightest. And so when I see you saying things like I'm an extreme introvert, I see things like my brother dealing with his wife and his son. It terrifies me that I would have to deal with those problems. Okay, so here's something that this took me a long time to actually fully appreciate. The thing that you watch someone else um, deal with might for them be great. They might love it. Super simple example. I love competing in shit. It's really fun. It's interesting, it's compelling, but I know a lot of people that get ladder anxiety every time they try to queue up in a one-on-one in StarCraft. I enjoy that. It's not that I feel nothing. I feel totally fine. It's interesting and engaging and exciting and feels good for me. There are people I know that go skydiving regularly. I don't ever want to skydive again. I fucking hated it when I did it. It was way too scary for me. And so, like, this sort of thing, like seeing other people's relationships and interactions, if you are in a healthy relationship, you get to make it whatever you want. I mean, there's couples that I know that go out 4 or 5 nights a week and do big social shit every weekend. I don't. I want to sit at home a lot. I love sitting at home. Sitting at home fucking rules, man. And I think it's one of those things of identifying what do I want, who am I, what makes me feel good, allows you to go meet people, and if you feel like you are dealing with them, they actually just might not be a good fit for you. Go Calvin says relationships are not about dealing with people, but making sure people don't feel like they deal with you, aka being in harmony. Dude, man, I feel this hard because it's so easy to just be like, all right, well, I guess, dude, oh my God, I remember being in high school and being like, okay, that last relationship didn't work out, so that whole identity to the trash with you. We're gonna go find someone new. What do they need? I'm gonna be totally all about that. Yeah. And also, frankly, I'm a huge believer in, yo, take insane risks and get out of your comfort zone. I'm like on the extreme end of someone who enjoys immense risk taking. Hmm. Oh, Etiquette01 says I recently dumped 4 hours into Bioshock and dropped it because I was bored out of my mind. Enjoyed the hacking and horror aspect. But otherwise, gameplay, story, and exploring felt terribly boring. Can you share your thoughts when you enjoyed so much about the game? Curious to hear your opinion. I'm going to briefly step away because Nelly says thank you. I think I'm more concerned. I am not a match for most. I got to do some more thinking on this. Yeah, no, this is kind of what I mean by like the volume thing. Uh, Assuming that you are treating finding a partner in a healthy way, you're not just trying to like min max hookups or whatever like this. I mean, I am I am not a match for most people. Most people are not a match for most people. Like, that's great. That's awesome. You can find 99 people that would just rather set themselves on fire than be with you. And also one person who's like, oh yeah, I love hanging out with Snugly Sadist. It's the greatest thing ever. You just need the one. And this is the thing that I think is difficult. Come on. That again, I didn't appreciate for a particularly long time. Um, I didn't appreciate the idea of just how one off you're allowed to make your relationship. Uh, because a lot of the way that things are communicated to us is through the idea of like, oh, well, if 80% of people like you, then you're a pleasant person. But if 20% of people like you, that's a failing grade. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm actually kind of fucking annoying to a lot of people because I'm a very intense person. I do not like having casual, chatty conversation. I actually like really engaging and having very intense conversations and sharing a lot of stuff. I'm a very quick talker. I'm a very comfortable and confident talker. I mean, I literally have people that are just like I'm like there's like social events that I go to where I see like regular people, and I can feel them being like, oh fuck, it's Sean. Like, oh, he's gonna tell me about a bunch of industry shit and games he's playing, and he's gonna want to like really talk about. I don't fucking really play that many games. Like, that's fine. That's actually okay. I spend my time with people that actually like that, and so I think I sort of would encourage you to embrace the idea. Yeah, almost all people are actually not going to vibe with you. Almost all people. It's totally fine. It's kind of like if you look at 100 houses. When you're buying a house, you hate all of them, but you find the perfect one, and there it is. Stanley says my mother literally hates the tone that you have when explaining stuff. Just the tone, not the content. I lived with him for a few months 3 years ago. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people do, and that's okay. It's not like, well, your mom's a fucking asshole, right? It's not like, you know, well, your mom sounds like she fucking sucks, and I bet she's bad at StarCraft. Like, it's literally, it's fine. That's like totally okay. I acknowledge that there's probably a lot of people that tune in and they go, why the fuck would anyone watch this asshole? And then just tune it off, and that's fine. And so I encourage you to just going all in on the idea that, hey, if you try to go on one date a week, you might have 50 terrible dates, and then day 51's great. And all of a sudden, you have a partner that you don't even feel like you're dealing with. You feel almost, am I committing a crime by having someone be this supportive and in sync with me? Am I allowed to enjoy this? And the answer is yes. Yes, you are. Killer. Killer. And there was a question that I skipped over and I forgot about. Oh, yeah, the question was about, from Etiquette, about Bioshock. Yeah, I think. So so Bioshock came out at a really interesting time. It was, I think Bioshock was 2007, 2008, I want to say. It's 2005? Fuck did Bioshock come out? Oh, jeez. I'm looking this up. Because I feel like it was 2008 or 2007. SMSF says '07. Great, yeah. So, it came out at a time when people were still really trying to figure out how to do storytelling in games and storytelling in 3D. Because in a way, a lot of when you look at Bioshock, you go, oh, it's another one of these games. But Bioshock was like the first one. You know, it's kind of like if you've watched action movies for a long time, it's hard to appreciate just how revolutionary The Matrix was with the bullet time and the types of effects and the sequencing of, martial arts, like, and the pace at which it went. The Boards of Canada effect, yeah, Boards of Canada, an extraordinarily influential IDM group. And I think that some of the things that it did that were really clever is, first, you would pick up tapes in Bioshock that would play recordings that you could listen to as you continued playing. It was one of the very first games that had a very clear seamlessness between the playing and the storytelling. Most games before were play a little bit, stop, watch story a little bit, stop, play a little bit, stop, watch story a little bit, stop. Um, that was one thing that was very striking. Another thing that Bioshock did really well, it had a really rich Art Deco world that actually had a motivation and was a super interesting setting compared to the rest of the gaming landscape. Also, it tried to present in a much richer, deeper way the characters, the story, the world compared to its peers. Because what a lot of other games did is it would just kind of have like almost a MacGuffin kind of villain. Oh, it's John Hatred. Oh, he's the villain, old John Hatred. And what he's going to do is he's going to punch children all day. That's all John ever wants to do is punch children. You have to stop him. And then it's just like 12 levels of you trying to fight through various interesting sequences to kill John Hatred, and that's it. And so, I mean, outside of something like Half-Life 2, that was 2004, when Bioshock came out, there were just not a lot of comparators. I think a third thing that it did is that it was a shooter, but it was not like a really hardcore challenge-based shooter. It leaned more on the RPG side, the expression side of like what different combinations of abilities do you want? What do you want to go for? What do you not want to go for? And I think that like a lot of story-driven experiences even today cull out gameplay mechanics in favor of telling a really lean story. That game actually had some pretty rich mechanics. in terms of the different abilities. And I think they're kind of aesthetic. Like, do you want to have bees shoot at the guy, or do you want to like shoot him with a gun, or do you want a lightning ability? Like, it's all pretty easy. You just click on the thing. Um, so I think that like each one of these individually is not that you could find other references at the time, but it comes out and it's this game that is start to finish solid gameplay, has really a super striking world. The lore is constantly getting delivered to you without breaks in the gameplay, so it feels really dense. There's this very interesting, expressive quality to the RPG and shooting, and it just stays solid throughout. It just keeps staying solid. Um, and so, in contrast to even some modern games that have a little bit of each of those, it had a solid amount of each of them, and that's what I really loved about the game so much. Because compared to what games were coming out around it at the time, I mean, I went to grad school for game dev shit, and it was talked about a lot for being like, oh, what a crazy, contrastingly powerful game. What up, Rez? This is High Shunch popping in. Just wanted to say, hope you have a great holiday season and New Year. Thanks for all the laughs. Hey. Read House of Leaves by Mark Z. What'd you think about it? I gotta fucking read that book. I took it to a beach and I looked at it and I was like, I want a fucking beach. And then I had a margarita. I looked at it and I was like, turn it sideways to read. And I was like, fucking close that shit up. And I was like, oh, I have another mimosa, please. Yeah, that's right. Call 100% of the time. It really fucking is. Last good book I read, though, was All Systems Red by Martha Wells. Number 5. So what's your current thoughts on the current climate of RTS games? Any that excite you coming out in the future? I think, again, there's a sort of like gaming optimist attitude that I feel like I have, where I still watch SSL. Soul Key's the GOAT. Still watch SSL. Still watch Dan stream. Still watch a lot of the Korean pros stream StarCraft 1. Age of Empires 2 is amazing. Love following Hera always. Especially now that the Viper's back on Twitch, watching the Viper. Watching Survivalist. AoE 2 is looking great. StarCraft 2 is in kind of a weird spot, but seeing Clem try to bust out Protoss. I already did that. I'm fucking amazing. StarCraft 2, Clem trying to play Protoss against Gumiho in the finals of Home Story Cup was awesome. That's great. So, I mean, I feel like there's already all these existing games that are doing amazing. They're doing and being amazing. And I love it. Uh-oh. And I think that for some of the new stuff, like Battle Aces is the one that I played most recently that I thought was really interesting. I have some, worries about the longevity, but I mean, there's like Battle Aces coming up, Stormgate went into early access, and they're talking about going to 1.0 over the next year or two. That's exciting. Zero Space, I still haven't gotten the chance to play, but I've heard good things. Mortal Gates of Pyre is continuing to plot along. Tempest Rising, a very Command and Conquer-esque style game. There's also Dorf, DORF. And I'm sure other ones will come out. And frankly, I mean, I kind of forgot to mention Age of Empires 4. That's pretty sick. There's another RTS that I was watching recently. Why can I not summon the name of it? What's another Beyond All Reason. There we go. Yeah, I was watching a 30v30 in Beyond All Reason. Yeah, bar. Thanks, Moog. Yeah, I don't know. I am really enjoying all these different flavors of the genre. And I think that I don't know, I feel like a lot of RTS fans kind of have a chip on their shoulder, because I think a lot of RTS fans that I know didn't follow and then followed StarCraft 2, and that was the only huge esport for a while. It was StarCraft 2. And then the esports scene kind of gravitated away from SC2 and it became more niche. But I mean, you have to remember, I played StarCraft 1 for a long time. And that was niche as fuck. And rich and deep and compelling. And the greatest thing I've ever done in my life was play StarCraft 1 a lot. And so, I don't know. I feel great about the future of the genre. I don't think it needs to be bigger than Fortnite to feel legit. Um, yeah, I don't know. So I have a lot of excitement and optimism. Not a girls. What are your thoughts on the whole Blue Sky versus Twitter X situation? I I don't really care. I just don't. I don't use either of them very much. I don't know. It's honestly like saying, hey, there's a bunch of people who watching ABC and they're moving to CBS. Like, I mean, I don't know. I watch Twitch. Archamath, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. Archamath, let's go, Archamath. Thank you warmly on our final day of the year. We're taking one more. It needs to be a profound question. We're doing one more. This is a great final run. Oh, shit. We have some good ones. Never mind. This is not the last question. Arabian one says, I want to write a book. And as the overthinker I am, I created the general themes and wireframing, a lot of parts for the story, but whenever I sit down to write a page with more detailed visage into the plot, it feels like a chore. So I'm making bloat around really good bones. How do I surpass this feeling? Couple thoughts. You're allowed to just write a book and have it feel like a chore the whole fucking time. You don't need to surpass the feeling. Just write while you feel that way. There are days when I'm like, I feel like shit, and the last thing I want to do is talk. And then I go live and I talk while having that feeling for 6 hours. And you can do it. You can do that. I think something that can be freeing with this is that if you want to write, don't ever think of anything you're writing as the final draft or even the draft that needs to be good. Hell, write your book 6 times and pick the best iteration of it. Just keep churning shit out. I mean, there's a sort of a mantra that I just repeat to myself all the time to help get me into the same headspace, which is that it's all practice. It's all practice. This is practice. I'm hosting the 10-year PC gaming show, or it's the 10th anniversary of the PC gaming show, and I'm the host. It's just practice. This is just practice. That's it. It's not, okay, everything boils up to this moment. It's all practice. It's just practice. If it goes like shit, that's fine. It was practice for the next thing. If that went well, hey, that was great. It was just practice. It's all practice. Just bang some shit out. And try to make yourself just keep hitting buttons on your keyboard. Even going, oh man, this is so bad. Laugh at yourself. Well, I guess you're not laughing at yourself. You're laughing at the thing that is typed that you know is bad. I say dumb shit all the time. And it's fun for me because I know it's dumb. I can do this and go, that's a stupid fucking thing to do. I don't know, it's done now. It's over. It feels great. It's behind me. It's in the past. Much like that sequence in The Lion King. Always practice. Ooh, this is a good one. Alfina says, how do you develop a passion? I never had what I would consider a hobby. I used to think it would just come with time, but it just never did. I don't think there's nothing I like. I just don't really feel strongly about them. Okay. I love this one. I think the effort and the work and the time comes first, and the passion comes second. The work and the effort and the time. There's this great video piece. I don't remember what it was called, but I think about it all the time, where it was a study on people that do their passions as their professions. And what they found is that initially, in none of the cases, were any of the people passionate about the subject matter. but they had some type of reinforcement that got them to the point where they put in enough work and enough time that they were then passionate about it. And the most common one was um, that they were getting social reinforcement. Someone who maybe took a math test, got an A, and went home, and their parents were like, "Oh my God, you got a 100% on the math test? That's amazing!" Like that whole notion of them like being obsessed with and interested in math as a kid, no, it's nonsense. They just got 100%. And after they got that, maybe they struggled with math in the future, but they were so excited by this reward that they were willing to push through it a little bit more. And so this was done in with like studying someone who was like an NBA pro and someone who was like a famous environmental journalist who would write books about this shit. Um, the work and the effort comes first, and then the passion comes second. And I distinctly remember when I got to grad school, I said, I want to get into comics. I want to become a comic book reader. And it's weird. I remember getting Watchmen and reading it and being like, this is fucking boring. But people say that they like this. Or I bought the Sandman comics, and I remember just having a hard time being able to understand how quickly I was supposed to read through the pages. Because, like, do I read and then look at the image for a little bit? 1, 2, 3. Okay, read the next line of dialogue and look for a little bit. 1, 2, 3. And it felt slow. And I actually and I did not like Watchmen, Sandman. I didn't like a lot of comics, but I literally kept trying to read more about why people were interested in comics. And after a while, I started to understand the flow, and I will actually credit Ultimate Spider-Man with being the first comic that I could not put down. I could not stop reading. Um, and then when I went back and reread Sandman and Watchmen, I was like, oh, this is really good. I really like this because there's something about the understanding of this medium that I didn't get. That it just took me a while. It just took me a while to get. So it was false that I was passionate about comics growing up and then got really into it. I just put in the work first. And honestly, as I've gotten older, I've found that this is a me thing. I am really comfortable with shitty feelings. I'm really comfortable. Um, so when I want to learn something new or develop a new skill, I'm just like, yeah, I'm going to just suffer for like a year. It's going to be terrible, and I'm just going to keep banging my head against that. And that's where a lot of my interests have come from. Truly. So that's what I would say. That's how to get your passion. That's how to get your passion created. And Ravi, I hate to say it, but I'm going offline. But it is you. But I'm going offline. But it is you. Let's answer it. If I were given $100 million to build StarCraft 1 Brood War scene, how would I spend it? Obviously, feel free to be vague because there's probably a lot to this. If I had the chance to do this, I think the best thing to do is slow and steady, continuous grassroots shit. For me, something that motivated me to play StarCraft a lot is that I love the game, and every year there was a big tournament called WCG that I could, and WCG had a long duration to it. So there would be the local qualifiers, and then you'd go from the local qualifier to a regional qualifier. And if you succeeded at the regional qualifier, you'd go to the national finals. And if you succeeded at the national finals, you'd go to the international finals. And those were spread out over like 4 to 6 months. And so it was WCG season. It would be like, okay, this weekend is the Midwest regional, and then in 2 weeks is going to be the South USA regional. And then there'll be the East Coast regional. Then there'll be like the Las Vegas regional and all those things. That just made it a fun thing to participate in. Like, screw the money. I mean, Jesus, the most I ever won at a tournament, the absolute most was $2,000. The second most I ever won at a tournament was like 650 bucks. Everything else was in the tens to low hundreds of dollars every time, no matter what. Um, and so, but it's the fact that it was this social event that you could look forward to. Oh, hey, I already qualified at the Midwest regionals. What's happening on the East Coast? Oh, shit. Dan went undefeated in the East Coast. God dang, that's incredible. I love that that exists. Um, so I would want to create that sort of thing. So that way it would just be a thing that people can plug into. And of course you'd have things where there's 10 regional qualifiers and they take the top 2 from each. And so there's 16 good players and 4 that clearly have never seen a competitive game of StarCraft in their life. And they just get fucking wrecked. But then we hung out with those guys after the tournament. They were like, dude, I had no idea people would be so good in this game. Dude, it was fucking sick. And they also had an interesting experience. So I think that would be really important to do, to just create a sort of cultural beat to it that is about community participation, that is not about, hey, everyone, we invited the same 10 really good players to play again. And then I think the third thing would be a very healthy, ultra high-end scene where you do really have the best fucking players ever. And that can be like the SSL, which already has its own, robustness to it. If I had $100 million, that's what I would want to do. That's what I would want to do. I would really want to slowly chip things forward in that way. And not plan on spending $100 million the first year. Plan on spending like 2 to 4 a year. Did Demise, it's funny you say that. Just rated in from casting our biggest ever one-of-one community tournament at AOE2. 354 players registered, all over ELOs. Dude, fuck yeah. And also thanks for the raid, Addictive Me. Yeah, no, I love that. Just things that are fun to participate in. I actually think this is the dumbest. I think the whole push, like, this is the biggest esport event ever. It has 20 million people playing. Oh, I just think it's not. I think it's just focused in the wrong direction. I mean, some of the events are neat, but they don't stick with me emotionally in the same way that the community stuff has. Even something like BlizzCon, which I think is a good example of a really high-end, large-scale thing that still felt like it had a really rich community personal thing. Okay, Ghosty, this is the last question, because I've said last question a bunch of times, but this is the true last question. If anyone else asks any other questions, I won't see it because I'm not scrolling. Is there anything you might share which people might use as an actionable catalyst to make the almost 2-month break enriching by the time you come back? What? Is there anything you might share which people used as an actionable catalyst to make the almost 2-month break enriching by the time you come back? Um. Uh. Um. Okay. I'm weighing in this one. Treat an interest like your new social media. I'm thinking about this Path of Exile 2. I'm going to play a lot of Path of Exile 2. But I'm not just going to sit down and play a game. I'm going to be reading the forums. I'm going to be reading builds. I'm going to go to the YouTubes. I'm going to look up videos. I'm going to watch streams. I'm going to chat in there. I'm going to respond in there. Just treat your new interest like a social media. And this is something that I have done whenever I find the world to be a little stressful. The world can be a little stressful at times, and it's very easy to just grind Reddit or Twitter or whatever. But if I pick an interest and I just start treating it like it's a social media, like, oh, hey, what builds are people doing in Path of Exile? I'm not really looking for a build. I'm just looking for stuff. Oh, look, there's dramas. People are arguing with each other. It's just a narrowing of focus that I find very purifying for my brain. And with that, I will now not be streaming for 6 weeks and change. Let me count this. I will not be streaming for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. I will be off for 6 weeks. It's the longest that I've ever not streamed. I have a shitload of work to do over those 6 weeks. Not for streaming. But I do get a little slice in there for myself. I'm excited to come back as a new being. Probably wearing the same shirt, shaved head, a little bit of stubble, the usual. I'm going to miss you all very much and I hope you have a wonderful holiday. And look forward to seeing you in 2025. Have a great holiday, everyone. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, 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 bye.